Mike has said no audio.
There you go. It's fixed. Thank you. I didn't have it on. Okay. Is the music too loud? Let me know. Like that. Like that. Then I gotta bring this down. Then I'm gonna make this black. Overlap. Let me see. Hey, King. Hey, crap. What's going on, bro? Hello. Hello. Hold on. Take Fandy. Gotta turn that on because it's not reading my, wait, what call it?
Sad Boy Crab says hello there, how are you today?
I'm doing well. I am doing well right now. Just trying to do a quick warm up. Okay, so the head is that. Okay.
Darko Fox Fire says hello.
Hello. Hello, hello. Oh, we make it like this. Hey, Darko, what's going on, my dude?
Tariq Shuvik says he.
Hey, what's going on? Hope you're having an awesome day. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Doing a quick warm up.
Sad Boy Crab says he has cool pants.
He has cool pants. All about them cool pants. Like that. Like that. The leg about here. Hold on. There you go. It's gonna be like that. The foot is gonna be about here. Alright. Now, I think this part is a little bit too close, so I'm gonna push this in a little bit out more. Put the leg down here. Thank you for the like. Okay.
Crash Outrick says WSP.
Hey, what's up, Rick? What's going on, bro? Having an awesome day. Like that. Now, push this in. The stomach's kind of indenting here. Now we gotta just fix this part here. So I feel like it's a little bit too weird. So I'm gonna in here, and then like that. And then the shoulder, you guys see more of the shoulder anyway. Here, about there. It's a little bit too broad, so I'm going to erase most of this. Oop. Like that, like so. Pretty good. So I don't need this. Is everyone okay with it on YouTube? I'm pretty sure. And Twitch. The music's a little low, so I gotta bring it back up. Okay. So I'm gonna curve it like so.
Oni.kyo says I have used that same pose.
Nice. Let's go.
Mike has said seems fine here.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mike. Okay, let's see. Go here. It needs to be pulled in more. It's too broad open.
Oni.kyo says do you collab with other artists?
Not really. Not really. It's not really a thing I do. What else is? I don't know. I have done it before, but it's not something I just go and do. Per se. Let me see there. Like right this. And then put the stomach up here. And then
Oni.kyo says I understand I would love to collapse with you one day.
that'd be pretty cool. I'll have to talk about it later then. Let me see. And then I think one collab with a person who used to do animation. Something I gotta learn to do, but it's something that we did together. It was something that took like about a month, I think. If I remember it. It was a Dan piece. Let's see here. Yeah, it was a Dan piece at the time it was popular. So all your recent viewers haven't joined your fan club, you can try setting heart something. You're gonna welcome viewers. Set a goal. Oh. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Let me put over here just so you guys can see it better. And I'm gonna curve this here and put like this, wrap it around, and then erase this. There we go. And then we put a little bit more form onto it. And then a little bit more tension. Okay. Like that. So, like that. Like that. The shoulders are still a little bit too weird, so we gotta fix that part, and then we'll move on to the next one. Doing a quick exercise. Move out eraser. It's the shoulder that's bothering me the most, so I gotta fix that. So the line mark is that the shoulder doesn't pass by a certain angle. Okay. So I'm gonna do like this, curve it like this, and then I like that. I think I'll do this for now. There we go. I think that's pretty close to what we have here. Pretty close. Not too close. There's some issues with it. There's the curvature here of the gesture needs to be more curved, a little more indent, less the indent here. That's where that problem comes in. We could have did a better job at that. We could have did a better job at it. We'll save it anyway.
Brain asks, heyo. How's your Tuesday going?
Very good. We just started, so we're gonna see how that goes. Okay. Let's see where this takes us. Oh. Oh, two. Okay. Like that. That. Okay, big brushes, big strokes. What is this? Oh, move. Okay, there we go. Okay, and then that.
Brahim asks, is there a reason behind having two different avatars both moving the same way? Botrix official said be a support hero today by using commands
Is
like
there a reason
/donation
behind having two different avatars moving the same way? No, it's just a second rig. If that's what you're asking. If you're talking about the if you're talking about Gunther the Ghost, it's just a second rig, mini rig. It just mirrors what I do, other than my just regular one. If that's what you're asking. I'm pretty sure that does exist. I just never put the effort to. I only use it because I have it and use it because it was a gift for my rigger.
Brahim said that was what I was asking, thanks.
Yeah.
Bushido says yo.
Yep, what's going on? What's going on, Bushido? Okay, that. Alright, silhouette. Erase this part. Alright, erase this part here. Then get this part about a bit wider. There we go. And then the pants is about down here. And then about there. There we go. Erase this part. And then I'm gonna have to fix the head. It looks like the head is so tiny. Okay. Tiny little head. Tiny head. Tiny little head. That's what we doing. Okay, this is straight like this. Okay, not bad. Feels a little bit better. Round off the shoulders. Yeah, there we go. Like that. And then the neck. Up there. Head is about there we go, pretty good. Hey Sabruski, what's going on, bro? I start reading your guys' comments. Chat. Commands, chat TDS. If anyone's saying hi. If anyone says
Fakil One Mo says K idioma hablas.
Don't know what that means. Don't know what you're saying there,
Tariq
bro.
Shuvik says, what is your favorite anime?
Gacha Kuda or Gacha Yakata, depending on who you're talking to. Same show. Gacha Kuda.
Sir Brewski says, yo.
Yeah, what's up, bro? How's life going, my dude? We're doing well. Okay. Trying to figure this out. Okay. Delete this part. I think that's about right. Alright, the shoulder. This part needs to be just about the shoulder. About there. Shoulders about here. Okay. Guys, we're gonna be doing reactions in a little bit. It's just I'm just trying to get a little bit of warm up in here before I do that. So if you want to do some reactions with me on YouTube and Instagram, TikTok, we will in a bit. I just want to get these warm-ups out of the way before I start doing that. The side, okay, now, there's a bit of a, and then right about here is part of the pants, about there, and then we go in, out, in. that. Okay. Now the foot.
I'm stuck like I'm on a one-on-one in bad traffic. Feel like I'm only good at rapping about my bad habits. I took 5 days off and got back at it. Yeah, I'm back at it. Look, mama, I'm doing it. Trying to swallow my pride without chewing it. And that's a bad idea. Don't do it, that's a bad idea. It's like going swimming with some bad diarrhea. Bitch, I ain't trying to build, no, this not IKEA. This one night, then you fly Frontier. And you might get a
Lin 7 Storm said you look just butcher.
Brightroclose says good afternoon everyone.
Just butcher? What does that mean? Oh! Oh! You're talking about butcher
Lin
behind me.
7 Storm said like butcher.
You're talking about... Oh, you're talking about Billy. Yes, that's Billy. We're gonna do a reaction soon. So I'm gonna let everyone get in before I start doing reactions. So if you want to be part of the reaction video, stick around. I was so thrown away, but thrown off by that. I was so thrown by that. Talking about Billy behind me. It's like, wait, what?
Lin 7 Storm said Billy Butcher.
Billy Butcher. Billy.
Damn, I got too high. I got way too high. I'm way too high. Damn, I got too high. I got way too high. I'm way too high.
Okay. Go, and then go a little bit more. Alright, now the problem here is that I made the upper half of the body a little bit too small. So I'm going to get this down a little bit. And then it's not matching too much, so we need to fix that part where it's a bit of a, it's supposed to be straight down like this. Like that, right? And then this part has to be more straight. Like that. This has to be straight too. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay, then we gotta put a little bit of this here, and then put a little bit of a curve here. Okay. And then here.
Ko-fi Streambot said visit Artextric's Ko-fi page at
Page. The arm is a little weird, so we're gonna pull that up.
Bot Rick's official said be a support hero today by using commands like /donation.
His neck, or his neck is gonna be here. Okay, a little bit too long. Okay, let's pull this back a little bit. There we go. Trying to get this right. So. Okay. The shoulder, I think, is a little bit too. I would say, okay, let me see. Shoulder is a little bit too. There we go. And let me see. About curve that here. Okay. Now the mouth, the shoulder. Okay. Yeah, just how are you doing? What are you doing? What are you working on? I'm doing a quick molding study. And then we're gonna do reactions while I work. Arm a little bit too long here. The arm is way too elongated. Okay, I'll put it about here. Actually, the hand's about here. And then you delete this part. Alright, Billy Butcher. Okay, we saw that already.
It's the creepy video that freaked everyone out.
Okay. You know, I'm gonna do the reactions now while I work, but alright, so this is a video. Okay, this is a video right here. Okay, this is a video right here. It says Jenna Ortega Ortega. Can never say her name right. Has ruined her face. I guess she got plastic surgery. For those who are familiar with Jenna Ortega, she was on Scream. She was on You. She's been on some recent projects lately. You've been probably seeing her popping up. She plays Wednesday on the new Netflix Hitch series Wednesday. So like it says here that she has ruined her face for some odd reason. I don't know what's up with that, because this is what she looked like from before. Okay, this is what Jenna Ortega looks like, right? Now the issue is when you watch her now, she doesn't look the same as before. I don't know what's up with that, but we will see in 2 seconds. Why is this not showing? There we go. All right, let's play this.
Jenna Ortega before and Jenna Ortega now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there seems to be an uptick of particular celebrities of the female gender getting this particular surgery called the buccal fat removal, where they take fat from your cheeks, hollow it out to make you look like some kind of Greek-looking sculpture. It's supposed to allow you to look more sleek and I suppose model-esque.
I'm not gonna lie, that look never looked appealing to me. That's just me, but that look never looked appealing at all. Just looks like dudes half the time when they look like that.
You gotta understand, not everybody's face is built for this, and for a lot of these ladies, I'm not gonna lie, it just looks downright raggedy, atrocious, and it makes them look a lot older. I'm not gonna lie. As stated in my previous video about the Kardashians, about the
it does.
The Botox, the facelifts, and on top of all that, the buccal fat removal, which is now backfiring on them in their later age. We can now see that it's even making its way onto younger actors like Jenna Ortega, or better known as Wednesday. You know, we all know Wednesday from the Netflix adaptation. Here we also have Starlight from The Boys, aka Annie January, which is the actor who plays Starlight from The Boys. I mean, this is how she looked before, you know, young and youthful for somebody who's supposed to be in her, I suppose, late 20s at the time of the photo before. And now, I don't know what happened, but she decided to, as she got more popular from The Boys, decided to get this surgery. And now she looks like this. Here we have another snapshot of Annie January, aka Starlight, looking, you know, regular here before. No. And then after getting the surgery.
I remember, oh my god. No, honestly, the cosmetic shift also shocked me. I tell you, bro. Gorilla. I tell you, bro. It's wild out here on these streets.
Surgery with the hollowed out ass cheekbones and the contour and everything, kind of looking like the female version of handsome Squidward. And for the older folk out there who didn't grow up with SpongeBob, this is how handsome Squidward looks like, FYI. But honestly, you know, as a person with, you know, eyes, I don't understand the appeal. She was much more cuter before. Like, honestly, this was completely unnecessary.
They got her, you guys. What is going on? Who the heck is this? Who the heck are you, lady? This isn't the Jenna Ortega I remember. This is in London for the premiere of Wednesday Addams 2. I can't. This is Jenna Ortega maybe 2 years ago before the transformation started happening, and here she looks like the Jenna Ortega we remember. There was the light in her—
Yo, what is that chin, bro? What is that jawline, bro? Like, why is she out here looking like a sick, deadly—
No.
Retroclose says lol.
No. Why? Why? Oh.
Twist hybrid between the crimson chin and handsome Squidward and Pennywise all in one. Somebody in the comments said Jenna Ortega looks like she's going through what Ariana Grande did. And as you can see from a photo from one of Ariana Grande's latest photos, it's—
This woman has been hollowing out That's my term. She's been hollowing out for a good while. I've been looking at this woman every time I see her. She looks like she's hollowing out. She's turning to a literal hollow from Bleach. It's wild, dude. Like, she was normal. Like, look at her when she was Cat, and I can't make... It's hard to... It's kind of unfair to make that comparison because she was, like, in her early 20s, late teens, early 20s. I think she's in her 30s now. And Jesus Christ, she looks like she's in her 50s. I don't know what happened. And remember, this girl is really petite. She's like lolling.
Brightroclo says hollow from Bleach is crazy work.
It's crazy work. Like, it's... What's wild to me is this is like... She has a petite body, right? She almost has the closest thing to a lowly body to a degree. She doesn't have, like, no ass, no titties. She's just kind of, like, pretty mid. But, like, she's pretty in the face. She's really cute. I had a mad crush on Kat in Victorious. I thought she was the prettiest girl on the show. And she was the best singer on the damn show. Ironically enough. But, like, damn, like, I don't know what happened. This lady looks like she's in her 50s. I think she's in her early 30s. I don't know what's going on. She's not eating. She's not... Is it bulimic? I think it's that word, bulimic. I think that's the term.
It's honestly giving the tired Chihuahua meme. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, listen, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what Hollywood is doing to these celebrities here, but something ain't right.
Light in her eyes, there was joy, there was personality.
Brightroclo says
Now
eat
it's
something,
just
please.
Not there anymore. Vacant. Gone. The light in the eyes does not exist. And that jawline is questionable. That's like the same jawline Matt Rife got, or Adele, or Kelly Osbourne, or something. What the heck are these people doing?
What these people are doing are trying to conform to the new...
I'm gonna defend Zac Efron for this one. The reason why Zac Efron's face looks the way it does because he had a horrible accident where his jawline got destroyed and he had to get plastic surgery. I think he hit his jawline on the pavement and he broke it. And then they had to reattach his face and a bunch of stuff. So that's why his face looks the way it does. Like, it looks swollen. It doesn't look normal-ish compared to what he used to look like. Just to be clear, he did not get surgery for his looks. Yes, we all know he's very insecure when it comes to his, like, look, because he said it before. It's not like he's not aware of this, but really, yeah, he had a horrible accident where he hit his jawline on the pavement on the street, you know the curb, and it destroyed his jaw. He literally broke his jaw in 3 places. So
Brightroclo says, wait, isn't he from High School Musical?
Yeah, Zac Efron, yeah, from High School, yeah. He played, what's his name? I forgot the character he played as, but the one that sings from the show, yeah. He broke his jaw after, I think it was the movie Baywatch with The Rock. I think after that movie, he broke his jaw. That's why he looks significantly different than he do now. I think the only way to solve that problem, at least him looking a little more normal, if he grew out his beard. Because he asked before, if he grows out his beard, it will hide the giant jawline that he has that's going on with that swollen face.
Brightroclo says sounds painful.
Oh my god, he said it was horrifically... I think he said that was the most excruciating pain he ever witnessed or felt in his entire life. He said he would not ever wish that upon his worst enemy. He broke 3 places in his jaw from back, bottom, and side. That's how hard he hit his jaw. He broke the teeth and everything. They had to reconstruct his face. So to be honest, if I have to compare Zac Efron's surgery compared to like someone like Sylvester Stallone, I think I'll pick Zac's. Just saying. It's not a win, but you know. Feel bad for bro. He didn't do that on purpose. He broke his jaw. That's wild. You know how horrible it is to break your jaw in 3 places? You broke your jaw hitting the street pavement curb Oh God.
New World Order anorexic model-esque stick figure fashion standards that Hollywood execs and the head of fashion companies seem to be highly obsessed with. Like, I just don't understand the obsession with celebrities or people with money, because it's not always going to be celebrities, but their obsession with literally speeding up their aging, their outwardly appearance of how old they look, because this buccal fat removal thing only makes them look like 10 years older. So all the laymen and normal people out here, all this is doing is not making them look more exotic or alluring or attractive, in my opinion. Like, all it's doing is just making you look much older than you actually are. Like, you got motherfuckers really jumping out the woodworks to get surgery just to look like this. Honestly, bro, I really don't get it. Why are celebrities out here really obsessed with looking like dying corpses? But here's some commentary from Dr. Gary Linkoff on YouTube about this whole buccal fat removal phenomenon.
Yeah, surely this is something that people will be regretting, I think. We don't need to have such over-hollowed cheeks. It doesn't look that natural. And, you know, if people are going for this specific type of look, then I guess they're achieving it. But the question is, how will they age? And how will they look back and think about, you know, their faces as they get older, and as the rest of the facial fat starts to atrophy? That's sometimes, you know, some of the fat that you're actually left with. So if you've removed it in your younger years, then things might look a little bit too gaunt later in life.
And when Dr. Gary Linkoff says a little too gaunt, this is how motherfuckers gonna be running around in 20 years. Literally looking like this. Guys, I don't even know what to say anymore. Listen, it seems like the fashion trends and the looks trends and everything that we once found attractive is...
So Gorilla says, I couldn't believe how many times Michael Jackson tried to have his nose fixed after some surgeries. He literally couldn't breathe through his nose, but he did break his nose before. Yeah, that... See, when you get surgery for like an accident or something and you look different, I cannot blame you, because it's an accident, right? But when you make the executive decision to like augment your body in a way that does not need to be, that no one asked for, no one told you to do, even if people were mean to you and said, oh, your nose too big, or your nose too small, or your chin too big, or your chin too small, usually those people are usually just attacking you because they have problems with themselves. I wouldn't even listen to them. Half of them are just have problems with themselves. That's why they point out your problems, because they can't point out their problems. That's usually what it is. They're just projecting majority of the time. 90%. Sometimes they may be actually being truthful to you, saying, oh, your nose probably is too big and it probably spoils your face. But then again, just because your nose may not be attractive right now doesn't mean you may not be attractive later. Some people are ugly at the very beginning and when they're like kids or teenagers, and then they grow into their features and they look better as a young adults or older adults. Or it goes vice versa. You can be really good looking as like from a kid, teenager, young 20s, and then you fall off at like your mid-30s and you start looking really horrendous. So it depends, but also it works with the idea of eating healthy, going to bed at a certain at an early time, eating healthy, keeping your fitness up. You know what I'm saying? You can really, I won't say reverse age, but you can do a lot. You can hold your youth pretty long if you keep yourself healthy. So you know, like just do that. Like you feel a lot better about yourself compared to like how you actually look. Feeling good about yourself is more, knowing that you feel good about yourself is better than looking good for yourself.
Is no longer attractive, and what we found non-attractive back then is now attractive. It's like cyclical. It goes in loops, and honestly, we need to stop bandwagoning trends. We need to stop trend hopping and just, you know, be you. Like, stop following other people. However, it seems as though that when people get a lot of money or they get a lot of fame and a lot of time on their hands, they just don't know what to do with themselves. And then on top of that, people are perpetually doom scrolling on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and they're comparing themselves constantly 24/7 to other people and are saying, hey, maybe I should do what they're doing because that'll probably bring more validation and satisfaction to my life.
Hey,
you know, it seems as though that there's an extraordinary amount of FOMO going on in today's day and age, and it's now backfiring on particular types of people with enough money and time to get surgeries, of which they don't really need.
Says
but
hello.
hey, who am I to say anything? You know, if these people
supposed to
really want to
answer your
spend their
question.
hard-earned
What was your
money on,
question
you
per
know,
se,
trying to
Mona?
become
Can you send it to
walking,
me
living
real quick on
corpses,
Instagram so I can
skeletons
just answer
with
here?
hollowed out face cheeks or cheekbones. And I just gotta say, this one particular image right here, this frame here, I don't know who this celebrity is. She
Jolly
looks
Incher
familiar,
says, are
probably
those
from TV or
celebrities
something,
who got
and it's
Botox
probably famous for
injections?
something that I'm not aware of. But why, like, why would
No, they're not even getting Botox injections. I don't know if it's a new thing, but it's a thing where celebrities will go and hollow out their cheeks So they have these hard, very strong-looking cheekbones.
Mono
Which
is
is
Jernay
slash
says
never
because
because
found.
I just joined.
Yeah, can you send me your Are those celebrities? Yeah. Can you send me your question on?
Jolly Insure says,
Jolly
oh,
Insure
interesting.
35 said,
Sounds
"Oh,
painful,
interesting.
NGL.
Sounds painful, NGL.
I don't know if it's painful or not, but I'm pretty sure it is because of surgery. You're gonna feel some form of pain somewhere down the line. But people like Zac Efron doesn't count to this because he had a horrible accent that made him look the way he does now. But but these people make the executive decision to go do this to their face, which no one told them to go do this. And they hollow out their cheeks so they have these strong cheekbones where it doesn't look natural. It looks really augmented and, well, they don't look attractive. They look really horrendous and scary.
Mono
Jernay
slash
says, okay, done.
Thank you. I'll look at that in a second. If there's one thing I want to ask a Korean girl is to
Jolly
Insure says FR. It's creepy.
It's creepy.
Organized. Just no makeup. South Korean does have a beauty addiction right now. Oh, okay. I hear you. What is one of the biggest beauty issues when it comes to
Sad boy crab said eyes
South
emoji.
Korea issues, like when it comes to beauty? I'm just really curious.
Issa Only You says, hi, long time no see.
Hello, Sarah. What's going on?
Jolly Insure
Jolly
says,
Insure
like,
says
I've
to your
only seen
face.
some
It
that
does
get
not
their
even
jaw
Some that
fixed
get
and
their
it looks
jaw
good,
fixed
but
and
it's
it
rare.
looks good, but it's rare.
Oh, that's rare.
Even look good, bro. It's just like she has a hollowed out cheek with a whole bunch of chub at the bottom of her jaw. Like, how did... Ladies and gentlemen,
Hey, sad boy.
that's where I'm going to end the video
Issa
here. My
Only You
commentary
says, how are
is
you?
no longer
Hey,
needed
Grave, what's
on this
going on?
subject.
I'm doing
You guys
well.
pretty much get the point.
just doing
However,
reactions right
feel
now.
free to let me know your thoughts and opinions down below about all this. I'm pretty sure a lot of you probably don't care. This is not your lane, but I just found it interesting. And yeah, thoughts, opinions, you already know what to do.
Only You
And
says,
until next
okay.
time, catch you in the next one.
I'm sure.
Okay, so that was... What was it? What's his name? I forgot.
Issa Only You says, 30 right.
Let me see. Backstab and dimension trailer. Oh no, this is not the preview. Marvel animations. Let me see.
So with the recent...
Okay, so it says here. Wait, what was it he was watching? I was just.
As fellow art love.
No, I don't know how to do that. I don't know which video it was. I'll find it later.
Graves tone
Jolly
1
Insure
LL3
says, now that I
asks you
think about
streaming
it,
on
didn't
multiple
Michael
platforms
Jackson
at
get
the
his
same
jaw
time?
fixed or something?
Oh,
Jolly Insure 35
Michael
Sad Boy
said, now
Crab
that
says,
I
oh, I
about
think
it,
I
didn't
sent you
Michael
a video
Jackson
you
get
may
his
like
jaw
on
fixed or
Discord.
something thinky
Okay.
face emoji.
Michael
Sad
Jackson.
boy crab said, oh, I think I sent you a video you may like on Discord.
Threatening the say Japan Anime Expo. What's going on with that? Yeah, Michael
Sad Boy
Jackson
Crab
got a
says,
lot
at
of,
Jolly Insure 35, he got
of,
burned.
Yeah, he got burned, but he did have a lot of surgeries back in his time because he was not happy with his looks. He had a lot of major insecurities to himself, and he said it many times. He was not happy with the way he looked at all. So, you know, it's kind of expected to a degree. Let me see. Check here. Okay.
Jolly Insure
Jolly
says, at
Insure
Sad Boy
35
Crab, oh,
said,
that's
"Sad
right, I
boy
forgot
Crab, oh,
about
that's
that.
right, I
Nobody
forgot about
knows
that."
how to act in public anymore. Okay, I'll put that in part of the roster there. Alright, so here's another video. I'm gonna play Sad Boy's video right after this. So, hang on tight, Sad Boy. We're gonna play this one video, and then we're gonna go to your video after. It says here, 6ix9ine was right. This is from Maury. Same guy we were just listening to. So 6ix9ine, the rapper, for those with the insane colored hair, they claim that he did something that a lot of people said that he was wrong for, or he was right. I don't know what status up. I don't really like going with celebrity gossip, or anything with celebrities per se, because I think it's boring. But sometimes they have some interesting takes, especially from other YouTubers. So, and 6ix9ine is I'm not gonna lie, 6ix9ine is a strange entity, because given the situation he put himself in many times, I'm surprised he's alive up to this day, because a lot of I guess rappers have died for much less. if you get what I'm saying, like they died for like much less, and for the most stupidest of things. So for this man who's put himself almost in harm's way with a bunch of dangerous individuals and still alive to tell the tale, and make a video on it and say he was a rat and this, that, and the third. That's kind of crazy to me. Body type skinny is considered normal, while
Sad Boy
average
Crab
is
says at Jolly
Jolly
Incher 35 it happened before the allegations, I think.
I think.
A possibility, but makeup by premises that are encouraged and it looks like... Okay, I see, I gotcha. It happened before the allegations, I think. Let me see. Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, he got burnt. Yeah, he got burnt, and he did stuff to his skin, and I don't think he did. I think that vitiligo, but I'm not sure if that's true or not. I know he was bleaching himself or something, but something around those lines. But yeah, it's insane, and that's horrible in the South Korean community with that. But I think the Chinese are doing the same thing in the Japanese.
With Young Thug, I just gotta say, 6ix9ine was right, and he is now vindicated.
Yo, I just want to know where all the energy at. The Young Thug situation, I stood quiet 2 days just watching it play out. Watching what excuses the people come up with. Every day, every year, every time I come out, y'all move the goalposts further, 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 further. Oh, nah, bro, it's different. No, it's different, bro. It's different, bro. It's different. You told, like, before 12 in the afternoon, like, that's a forbidden rule. You can't do that.
Nah, that's hilarious, bro. Honestly, bro, if I were 6ix9ine seeing all the events unfold with Gunna, Young Thug literally trying to disassociate himself from Gunna, slandering this man's name and calling him a rat, a snitch. And meanwhile, keep in mind, I'm a civilian, right? So none of this applies to me. I do not commit crimes. I don't have felonies. I am not in any type of gangs. So the snitching rules do not apply to me. But these, you know, these so-called gangsters, YSL, Young Thug, the 21 Savages, the Kodak Blacks, the so-called Cardis. I don't even think Cardi's a so-called gangster anymore, but you're...
I think he's right. If you're a civilian, a normal, everyday Joe who works a 9 to 5, or a case may be, and you get yourself in a situation where you're, like, at odds with a potential gang member, I don't think you should be applied... Any street rule should be applied to you in the slightest. So, like, if you're a normal individual who's just living his life and not doing anything, you're not doing any gangsta nonsense, or you're not about that life in the slightest, and you're not affiliated with any gangs in the slightest, you're just a normal hobo Joe, you know, and you had, like, one small altercation with a gang member, like, at the gas station or something like that, and he or she attacks you in a way that, you know, could be viable for
Jolly
jail
Incher
time.
says, I mean, if they follow the gang's rules, the chance of them getting hurt goes down, though.
I want to say it goes down. If anything, it'll multiply by 10. I think it multiplies, because the more these so-called gangsters don't snitch, the more problems they're just gonna have. So this is why I think if you're a person who's just a regular civilian, you're not about gang life, you don't do street life, you don't do any of that stuff, you don't dabble in that stuff, you don't know anyone in that stuff, you don't have family in that stuff, and even if you have family in that stuff, you don't associate with them for the slightest, and you run into a gang member in the slightest that gives you any form of, like, conflict, and, like, that they're threatening you or attacking you or trying to steal from you, rob you, or whatever the case may be, I don't think gang rules or street rules should apply to any civilian. I think I think snitching is perfectly fine at that point. But if you're part of, like, a gang, right, and you do, like, felony stuff, you do drug deals and all that stuff and all that, you're just a part of that life and you're about that life, I think street rules should apply at that point. I think that makes sense. Why should the person who's just trying to live their best life get robbed for no reason and just let the bad guy get away with it? Compared to two bad guys plan something together, they made the conscious decision, they made the executive decision to do things to people, and then when they're at odds with each other, one's trying to save himself over the other. No, bro. Blood in, blood out, I think. Blood in, blood out at that point. You gotta ride this one. We're not gonna rob a bank, and then we end, like, half bank robbing, and then you're like, you know what? I'm gonna get conscious
Sad Boy
right
Crab
now.
says the spot where he paused the vid.
Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Yeah, Zendaya, like, you got a point there. I'm not gonna lie to you. we're not
Jolly
gonna,
Ensure says Father LMAO.
we're not gonna do this. We're not gonna play God all of a sudden. We're not gonna have a God conscience all of a sudden when we're halfway robbing the bank. That doesn't make no sense. We planned, we rehearsed, we did time schedules, we did everything. We have the car, we have everything in place. We go do it. Everyone's on the ground, they're doing their thing. We're making sure no one's clicking those secret button to get the police, you know what I'm saying? And then next thing you know, hey, you know what, guys? I'm sorry I scared y'all. I don't think we want to do this anymore. We're going to let you go, have your money, have your day. No! If we're going to commit, we're committing to this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this game. No. You can't start shooting some Jesus pieces in front of me. Yeah, it's too late. You can't go no Jesus pieces now. No, you can't do this. You're more of a coward than the person who's not doing it. You are a coward, sir. You're not doing this. Because it's like you gotta look at it this way. Say you're not robbing a bank, right? But you was drafted or you choose to go into the army for whatever reason, right? Say the Marines, and then you get deployed to
Streambot said visit
into the front lines
Artextric's
for
Kofi
whatever
page
reason.
at.
And now you made the choice to be a soldier, and then when you're in some actual warfare situation, you say, I don't want no part of this anymore. Bro, what did you go and sign up for this? You think this is Call of Duty? What the hell? You can't just leave and desert your squad members now. You can't do this.
Jolly Ensure says, he could change his mind last minute, Yano. Sad Boy Crab says, hey Artextric, do you want to make an art gang with me?
Do you want to make an art gang with me? Smirking face emoji.
What is that?
Brightro Close says, nope, arm up private. Jernay says, I can't respawn.
No, there you are, Mono. I can hear you now. Maybe it was TikTok again. I wish I could say I can't respond. I wish I could say.
Brightro Close says it, Mono. Hi, Mono.
Good taking down gangs. I would say that they are more interested in eating donuts than spinning donuts. Many of them stuff themselves. Wait, is that a thing in Korea? You guys also eat too much donuts?
Sad Boy Crab says, we do art crimes like Derpixian.
Smiling face with horns emoji.
No, I do not do art crimes. You know this. I don't do war crimes against art.
Jernay says it, Brightro Close, hi Bri.
You know this. Mine is ethical as hell. I at least keep it ethical. That's the difference. But yeah, that's crazy. You can't do that. You can't just pretend to be part of the army and then all of a sudden because things get a little too hot.
Sad Boy Crab says, come on.
Come on.
That's crazy. That's crazy to me. I don't do that.
Already know they play the part, they look the part. All these people who are so-called against snitching are so against talking to the cops when they get locked up, trying to stay 10 toes down, trying to say that any communication with any type of law enforcement officer about any crimes committed in the past is snitching. All of them turned out to be snitches themselves.
Yes, sir. Promises, make promises. Just we'll keep promises. Whatever you anytime you ever think you want to know anything, tell me.
Anytime you want to know anything, tell me. Coming from Young Thug?
I'll tell you anything.
I'ma tell you anything.
Don't tell the world.
Oh, just don't tell the world.
Yes, you can.
Hey. I don't have your number.
Whatever.
Well, give it to me. If you ain't give it to her,
Guys, at this...
It says, hey, teacher, I'm having some issues involving what in the title, but it's mainly just backs. How to bend it in different ways. How to look when sitting or when a character is squatting poses. I hate squatting poses. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay, send me more. Okay, I'll look at more of that. Squatting poses is such a pain in the ass.
At this point in time, I just want to say gang culture is dead, the streets are gone, and all this shit is just corny. If you're a grown-ass man, you've made millions as a celebrity rapper, but why are you even still upholding these garbage-ass, immature-ass beliefs? Like, let's keep it 100, let's keep it a bean. This is, like, if you're past the age, in my opinion, of 24 and you're still trying to play in the street...
It's not, no. How they do this is like this. They'll say, okay... We have you charged.
Jernay says, "Teach, I sent something with it."
Yeah, I see it. With the butts, some nice butts. It's women butts, I can tell. Yeah, I'm gonna. You drew those? Or that's references. If you drew that, that's amazing.
Jernay says thank you.
If you drew those are amazing. You did a great job. Look how my student is improving. Look at how they're improving with them butts. Those bubble butts. Look the improvement.
Mono/said I have reference
Jernay
photos.
says I have reference photos.
_mate_frog
if you drew that, that's amazing.
It's the calm voice guy again.
Jollyinsure says wow.
Jollyinsure35 said wow.
Good job, my bro.
Jernay says this is for my 11th week of drawing every day.
Yeah, see from day 1 and day 11. Look at that. Now I know you was probably working on this a little bit more.
Bright Roclos says nice.
Amazing. Great job.
Sad boy crab said banana emoji.
See, I told you guys. I told you. If you do what I tell you, you will improve. I'm not telling you this to make you work. The point of you being a student is to get you off the subscription as fast as possible so you get what you need, so you don't have to be a student no more. I'm not trying to keep you on the subscription. I think that's ass. Imagine you paying subscription and bro's doing everything under your power not to tell you everything you need. What the hell am I paying you for? This is why I miss one-time purchases. This is why I miss one-time purchases. I hate subscriptions. Subscriptions is it's so annoying.
With these, oh my god, snitching is bad when somebody commits a crime. I understand if you're out here committing crimes yourself. I suppose you could have those street ethics, those street morals, and you can uphold them to the graveyard if you want. But if you're gonna be out here being a hypocritical clowning people like Gunna or 6ix9ine, you know, with the rat post and saying we don't f with snitches and the rat emoji followed by the cheese emoji, and then next thing you know, a year or two later, you get exposed for the same type of shit you were criticizing those other people for, standing on your moral high ground, throwing stones from a glass house, claiming snitching is the worst thing in the world. Meanwhile, you are a snitch yourself. How does that make any sense? Pause though. Slow down. Come in closer. I want to talk to you. Bring it in. If any of you need extra money in your pockets, extra bread, there's a quick way to do it. And it's not by sliding into my DMs asking me to Cash App you or Zelle you. But what you can do is taking out your phone, scanning the QR code on screen right now, and that'll
What is Zelle? What is Zelle? I have never used Zelle. Is it just like Cash App? Is it like PayPal? I have never used Zelle before.
Jernay says it's sad boy crab, haha, thanks. I don't think I'm ready for that kind of power yet.
Take you over to the website freecash.com, where you can earn an extra $150 from playing mobile app games on your phone. Like, it's literally that easy. Like, bro, who doesn't want free money? Here, as you can see, I'm signing up right now with my own personal email address. Pretty easy to do, not hard at all. Then I'm going to be entering my own password, pretty easy. And after that, as you can see, we are ready to go. The website will now log in. You can choose your gender, female or male.
Bribing a person to smuggle drugs into a country for cash NGL. Sad boy crab says at Mono one day, Momo one day.
For
They
payout.
don't really bribe you, they force you. They don't really bribe you. They usually just force you. That's how they usually do. They don't bribe you. They may pay you, but usually they bribe you.
Jollyinsure says yikes.
35 said yikes,
They
grimacing
usually
face
just
emoji.
force you, and if you don't do it, they'll just off you. And most people don't have the patience, time, or courage to fight back, so they'll just do it.
Out platform, PayPal for me. Follow the prompt, select how much you want to cash out, confirm, and boom, you're good to go. So yeah, be sure to use the link in the description or the pinned comment section, or by scanning the QR code on the screen with your phone. But the quickest way to make free money by simply playing mobile games. But yeah, let's get back to the video. Now back to what 6ix9ine was saying.
No, bro, it's okay, bro, because he told after 3, like, bro, it's so easy. They tell you have the right to remain silent. Anything used against you could be used in the court of law, whatever the case they say. You have the right to call an attorney right now. You spoke for 2 hours.
He literally spoke for 2 hours, by the way, guys. Like, the whole full interrogation uploaded by 1 hour and 51 minutes long from 2015. This man was singing like a bird. He was talking to the investigators, to the cops. He was like, hey man, just give me some KFC, McDonald's burger, and I'll tell you anything you want. Just keep me out of prison. Like, and academics so eloquently and sarcastically pointed out the double standards and the hypocrisy in this.
Okay, so just to answer the question here, someone said, so Gorilla says, I'm reacting to sketches of the glutes you just showed. It's great, but I'm struggling with hips.
Jernay says it's sad boy crab 80. Yeah, I'll be there.
Is that it's always leaning to one side when married. Okay, so the issue that a lot of people don't do, is flip their canvas. Now, I don't know the actual method for flipping canvas traditionally if you're doing traditional wise, but what you need to learn to do is flip your canvas. And when you flip your canvas, it'll teach you and let you know if something looks off. If something feels off when you flip, like if this is how you originally drew it and then you flip it and it feels off, then there's something needs to be fixed. So like the arm needs to be fixed. I think this head needs I would say because it feels awkward, therefore you know something's wrong. You may not be able to pinpoint it.
Jolly Insure says I sometimes will use it in a mirror to show where corrections are needed.
You can use it. Yeah, you can probably use a mirror. That might work. That might be a bit frustrating. So like the arm here is a little bit too wonky. Hand is a little too wonky.
Sad Boy Crab says at Mono, you have to animate it, but yeah.
This leg is a little too slanted. It needs to be a little bit more straighter. This is fine. The slant here is fine, but we need to fix, well, the head and arm. So these are where the issues come in. And also, what you need to make sure that there's a gestural line that's happening here. And that gestural line happens like this, or it can go two ways. So the gestural line, I always start it from the leg or through the head like this. So if the gestural line is like this, then I have to make sure it needs to be a little bit more curved. That's how I figure it out. It's going to take some practice doing this, but if you do this enough, you will actually improve. There you go.
Industry.
That's just how we gotta keep it in spade, chat. We gonna call it being a B. If you ask me that somebody we like snitch, no snitch.
That's crazy, bro. It literally works like that. If the fans love this particular person, no snitching. Young Thug gets grace, you know, he gets all the excuses in the world. But a person like a Gunna snitches, quote unquote snitches, or a 6ix9ine, and people don't like them, then all of a sudden everybody turns their backs against them.
Somebody we don't like, all right, we gonna look into it. That's how it goes. The first rule of did somebody snitch is do we like them? Keep telling y'all, it's better be liked than to be right.
Yep. It's better to be liked than to be right. You know, the funny thing is this applies to the same industry, you know, the YouTube industry as well. And the entertainment industry, like you have so many people who are more talented than others, but because they know more people, they have, you know, rights to connections and nepotism and all that. And they have I suppose, a more marketable brand. They get more opportunities than the other people who go against the grain and who are, I suppose, more controversial because they're less likable. Even if they're telling people the truth and they're hurting feelings and they're being offensive, if you're not likable, people will turn their backs against you and go against you no matter the situation, even if you are right. And I just gotta say, if I were 6ix9ine, I would be pissed off, of which I'm pretty sure he is.
2 hours. It's me beating a horse. Like, I'm not saying that. Y'all heard what y'all heard. Where's all the energy at? Why hear everybody quiet? Why Lil Baby, 21 Savage's Future? Why you not saying nothing?
Quiet as a
okay, I guess.
church mouth. Quiet as...
So I guess 6ix9ine is complaining at the fact that he snitched and people gave him a hard time. But when Young Thug does it, no one complains. No, there's no street rules being applied. X, Y, and Z because he's much more liked, and I guess he's been in the game much longer or just liked more than he is. I think that's what's happening here, so...
As hell, huh? Where's all that same energy, Future, you know, Savage, Cardi, and the whole industry were giving Gunna? Mind you, Gunna didn't do all this that Thug recently got exposed for doing. He did way less and basically got blackballed by the entire indry. Everybody stopped f***ing with him. But then you have interrogation for 2 whole hours of interrogation footage.
I think female...
Jolly Insure says so it's basically cause he's jealous?
Not jealous, but he's pointing out the obvious. Is like when he did his snitching to save his own life, everyone's called him a rat. But when Young Thug does it, people are saying like, well, no one's saying that. Even though
Jolly Insure says gotcha.
He's more in that life compared to, or because everyone kind of sees 6ix9ine as a fake gangster. So this guy is supposed to be a real gangster. So therefore, if he's a real one, he's supposed to follow the same street rules that they was applying onto 6ix9ine, but because he's, I guess, more, like he said, what Maury said, more marketable or more likable, therefore the for some reason these rules are not applying as hard as it should be, and people are not making...
Sad Boy Crab says at Mono for furry art you can get 50 to 75 give or take. Sad Boy Crab says it's the color.
I always think that
Sad Boy Crab says probably.
I think most female rappers do not like each other at all. I don't, to be honest, I don't think most women like each other like that, but I don't think females, specifically musicians that are in the rap game, do not like each other in the slightest. And I'm pretty sure the men don't like each other just as much, but
Sad Boy Crab says 6ix9ine looks white.
6ix9ine looks white.
So 6ix9ine looks white.
Exposed and leaked by, I'm assuming, Georgia State DA attorney's offices, singing like a Tweety bird, and nobody has anything to say, bro. Here's more footage of what 6ix9ine had to say about the situation.
And I'm gonna leave this real clear.
Me, I do not give a. Taylor Swift,
I don't
so
care. I don't give a.
Since I came home, says even though they make pretty much the same music.
I wore my shit from day one. Yeah, I did it.
The same music. They rap exactly about the same type of things that most female rappers talk about, and they still don't like each other. They all saying the same exact thing. It's just like, I don't know. Can someone tell me a positive female rapper that doesn't curse or talk about their cat? Like, they sing positive stuff, and I'm not talking about no. Well, I guess you can call it. I don't like calling it Christian rap, but like, that sounds horrible. But like, yeah, I know they say that NF is
Sad Boy Crab says no one good.
Christian rapper. No one good. Yeah, no one good I can think of.
Jolly Incher says there is one, I just can't recall her name. Jernay says that exists.
Well, NF is the only one I can think of, but like as a rapper who doesn't curse, he does talk about his problems, but that's not technically a bad thing because it's about his personal experiences, like Eminem. He's just like the clean Eminem, if you think of it that sense. He's not, I want to say he's as witty.
Sad Boy Crab says as a rapper, none at all.
As a rapper, none at all. I can't think of a positive rapper that doesn't. I can't think of a positive female rapper in general that curses, and I can't think of a positive female rapper that doesn't curse. So like, yeah.
And what? I'm outside. Y'all know I'm outside.
Says like K-Dollar I thought was decent, but ye.
I never told all my friends. I don't tell all my friends.
And by the way, in 6ix9ine's case, those people that he supposedly ratted on, they literally were not his friends. They were literally one of his right-hand mans. He caught him, I forgot his name, Shoddy, having sexual intercourse with his girlfriend or baby mama at the time. Literally, he caught this man red-handed having sex with her. And then turns out Shoddy and other people at the time, you know, during 6ix9ine's peak, you know, the New York era, they were stealing money from him, bro. They were stealing money from him. They were hiding stuff. They were stabbing him in the back and just being very...
No. Oh, no. I think she just came out saying she's some type of orientation, some brand new orientation. She is not a rapper. I'm not going to say she hasn't, like, did some rapping in her songs per se, like, you know, but I wouldn't consider her a rapper in the slightest.
Slimy and snaky, and that situation was completely different. He was facing, I don't know how many years, 25 to life. I would have snitched. I'm not going down for some people who did.
Like, okay, just let me just put this in context so you don't think I'm being biased against Kesha. If we're gonna call Kesha a rapper, then we should call
Jolly Incher says like the stuff Abkut Shoddy. I wish I hadn't heard the history behind him FR.
If we're gonna call Kesha a rapper, which I don't believe she isn't in the slightest, she's more of a pop singer who did a little bit of rapping in her songs, little bit, like 2 or 3 verses, but that's as far as it goes. But if we're gonna call her a rapper, then we have to call what's his name? Ed Sheeran a rapper, because he has done something similar. And probably a lot more than she has, and we don't call him a rapper in the slightest.
Did me dirty in the worst possible ways just because I want to uphold this gangster ass image and the street ethics and morals, my guy. Like, imagine doing that for people who literally wouldn't care if you died. That would be dumb. Now in this situation, Young Thug and Gunna and YSL, all these people are supposedly homies and friends, and they snitched on each other. But somehow, hypocritically, Young Thug thought what he did in his interviews with cops and talking to them about specific information that if you really want to be gangster should not have been talked about, no problem. Not wrong. Excusable. But when 6ix9ine does it in his case against people who literally don't care if he dies, was stealing millions of dollars from him potentially, and had sex with his baby mama, now it's a problem. Guys, I just want to say, as a commentator, I I've seen this throughout my life. The double standards, the double application of the law, rules for thee, but not for me type shit all my life. So this is not surprising to me. This was only a matter of time. The streets are dead. The gangster facade, it's all... Bro, how do you think... Like, I don't want to go on a tangent, but how do you think the mob got destroyed? Death from within. People started snitching. One person goes down, they don't want to go to prison for life, so they start snitching on everybody else. That's how that works. There is no loyalty amongst criminals. There's literally no loyalty and honor amongst thieves. That was all a facade. So this whole snitching era, I'm glad it's done. Like, this whole shit, like, bro, we need to move on as a society, and just this whole, like, I mean, it's a toxic subset of the culture, hip-hop, rap, urban culture, like, all that needs to be deaded, man. It's annoying to me, and growing up, having these standards arbitrarily applied to me based off of the communities I grew up in was the most annoying thing ever, bro. I don't like, I'm not a gangster. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I was never into any of that stuff, but somehow, because of who I am as a person, right? My demographic, somehow it has to be applied to me. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I like to go on, like, it's just, this stuff annoys me, but let me let 6ix9ine finish off what he was saying.
No, they wasn't my man. That's what hurt y'all. Like, damn, like, he's right. Oh, he's right. I hate this.
Okay, I could.
These niggas.
Okay, okay, I could not find Ed Sheeran with braids, but if you're on TikTok, I found the closest thing to Ed Sheeran with braids. Who did this?
Jernay says the shape of yo. Bright Close says close enough. Welcome to the cookout.
NDM. Oh my god, NDM. I gotta show this to this YouTube. Hold on, let me pull up YouTube real quick. Oh my god, bro. Let me see if I can pull it up. Oh shit, where is it? Why is it not showing? No! Why did it no show? Oh, is it stretched out this entire time? What the hell? Sorry about that, guys. I didn't know it was that stretched out. Wow. Okay. Why is it no show? No show. Sorry, YouTube. Can't see it. That's so sad. Is this cut off? Oh, no, it's not cut off. Okay, it's just me.
Just telling them they friends. Nigga, they may ask him. Nigga said, take my number. Here's my number. Call me, but don't tell nobody about my number.
Crazy, right? Snitch9, not Snitch9. 6ix9ine snitched on his enemies, while Young Thug snitched on his friends. Crazy work.
What? What? Like what?
Yeah. So guys, okay, I just want to say I'm gonna wrap it up here.
6ix9ine has some of a. I get it. Like, I don't like the dude. Don't get me wrong, but he's not wrong. Like, how come when I snitched on my enemies who was destroying my life and also had sex with my baby mama, I'm horrible, but this dude snitched on his literal friends. And no one's saying anything. That's crazy.
Wow, we are living. 2025 was a crazy year. Is a crazy year. We're midway through the year, and I just gotta say, so many things have been exposed. You know, Cat Williams, you know, saying all kinds of shit. AI, global warming, government officials getting exposed, possible nuclear holocaust. I mean, it's just, you know, it's been wild. But do let me know your thoughts and opinions down below. What do you think about this entire situation? I already said my opinions, my feelings on the situation. 6ix9ine was right. It was only a matter of time. All these guys are snitches, man. Streets are dead. I never really believed in the streets. Obviously, at a certain age, I thought it was corny, but it's crazy to see guys, you know, in their 30s and pushing 40s, even in their...
I do have a YouTube.
Sad Boy Crab says, have you seen Mona Kimura yet?
Mona Kimura. What's that exactly? Not good with names. What do you think is a good way to learn poses? Sketch one and repeat it a few times, then move on to the... No. I think, it's not really sketching, it's more of understanding the gesture pose. If you get the gesture right, then everything will make sense. Because let me put it this way: if you draw something in a time be correct, but it has no flow.
Sad Boy Crab
like
says, and she's godly.
And she's godly.
I'm not sure who that is. Is that a singer? Is that a singer or some type of VTuber singer? Let me see. New pose and sketch mobile poses in page. I have a video that talks about.
Sad Boy Crab says fighter.
Sad Boy Crab said fighter.
Fighter. Actually, an MMA fighter. I'm not too familiar with this character, who you're talking about. We'll see.
50s, he's still trying to uphold this gangster facade. Anyway,
Sad Boy Crab says Japanese kickboxing.
Oh, wait, I think I know who you're talking about. I think I know who you refer to. I think I heard her at least one time.
But do let me know your thoughts and opinions down below. What do you think about this entire situation? I already said my opinions, my feelings on the situation. 6ix9ine was right. It was only a matter of time. All these guys are snitches, man. Streets are dead. I never really believed in the streets, obviously. At a certain age, I thought it was corny, but it's crazy to see guys, you know, in their 30s and pushing 40s, even in their 50s, you're still trying to uphold this gangster facade. Anyway.
That stuff is stupid. For real, that gangster stuff is stupid. I'm just gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. Living that life is horrible and stupid. You're constantly in fear of everything. You sent me a video. Oh yeah, I wanted to answer your question, Mono. I'll answer it after the stream, I promise you. I promise you. Because last time I didn't, and I said I was, and never got to. So my fault on that. But I will answer it. It looks like nothing too crazy. I can answer.
Jernay says thanks.
No problem, bro. And this time I will answer it after the stream. I promise you. I'll leave you. I'll send you a video too if I have to.
Sad Boy Crab says, "Oh, I also sent you the link for the markers."
Oh, you did? Thank you. Thank you so much, Sad Boy. Okay, so here's a video here saying nobody knows how they act anymore. This is sent by Sad Boy. This is from a dude named Jordan Kang. He has 6,900.
Sad Boy Crab says it was above the video.
Okay.
People just talk in theaters now. I've gone to movies recently where I'm like, I see phones out.
I'm sorry, but your money, my money, okay?
I'm gonna see if they have that.
Your country.
Stop that. Okay. So this is from.
Brightroclose says we were Kangs and shit.
We was Kangs and shit. But let me see. This is from Sad Boy Crabs. He sent this to me on Discord, and it says here the name of the video. I just had it. What the hell? Oh, here it is. The name is called "Nobody Knows How to Act in Public Anymore," and it's shocking. This is from Jordan Kang. He has 6,920,000 subscribers, and we're gonna hear what he has to say.
In theaters now. I've gone to movies recently where I'm like, I see phones out.
I'm sorry, but your money, my money, okay? Build your country. Oh, wow. Okay.
Love my job. I would have never done anything to jeopardize it.
I've come to an interesting observation recently, that nobody knows how to act in public anymore, and it shows. And no, I'm not talking about giving up your seat for the elderly or holding the door for the person behind you, even though you should be doing those things. I'm talking about not reading the room.
Yes, a lack of self-awareness. That's what he's talking about. Yeah, I think we all, a high portion of people have lack of self-awareness.
The complete lack of social awareness and lack of basic human decency. Tourists disrespecting the people and the country in whom they visit. People screaming and throwing things at performers at concerts, and treating emergency situations as filming opportunities. Common sense and basic fellow human decency have gone out the window, replaced with entitlement, which is at an all-time high.
Jolly Incher says,
and
I
I'm
respect
here
like
to
older
break it
people
down.
and people from the 70s,
Firstly,
etc.
let's talk about
They're more
Bri
respectful
Maris.
FR.
She's an LA influencer known for video tutorials on makeup and lifestyle vlogs. She recently got fired from her job as a Mac manager because of this post.
Love my job. I would have never done anything to jeopardize it.
where she outlined her entire day of the cash register, opening it up, counting all the money of thousands of dollars worth, holding up in this briefcase, showing what the briefcase looks like, taking it to the certain part of the airport, when she does it with timestamps. Are you getting the gist? Anyone who is malicious could have easily stolen the money or potentially hurt herself and the people around her because they want to steal the money. And what's her response? To double down and say she wasn't doing anything wrong because the Mac brand encouraged her to film content. I'm sorry, did we forget that the internet is not a safe place? Especially when it involves moving large amounts of money around, what time they do it, where they do it, and how they can get to you. Okay? This is not okay. But clearly that common sense flew over this girl's head and got her fired. Rightfully so. But this is an example where someone was posting online without thinking.
Jolly
An example
says, why did she think that's okay to show that kind of thing online
without
let alone
understanding
recorded?
We have this problem where if I'm not literally
Jolly says
35 said person face palming emoji female sign emoji.
If I'm not literally maiming a person, an old person, a child, or a woman, it's not that bad. So if I take some money out of the cash register and do all that nonsense she was doing, it's not like I killed anyone, I'm just doing my job or some stupidness. No, dude. And that's the problem. We have this weird bias that if it's not at the high extreme, it's not that bad. And that's where the problem comes in. We have too much issue with, oh, it's not that bad. It's not like I'm killing anyone. Because it's easy to compare me stealing a Snicker bar compared to me maiming someone's complete life.
Kofi Streambot said visit Artextric's Kofi page.
The so-called sin or the crime that you're committing, that you're comparing that insane crime to, shouldn't be as held as if you were. And Batman said this in the Justice League, I think it was Justice League Unlimited or the Justice League.
Rick's official said be a support hero today.
They went to a multiverse version of themselves in the Justice League, and this is where Batman's wearing silver and black, not black and silver. And he was talking to his other self, and he was seeing how why the crime or why crime is so low, and the Batman from their world, not the Batman from our world, said if you want people to respect the big laws, you have to enforce the small ones as if they're big. You know what I'm saying? So, like, say if I took a cup, like a coffee cup, and threw it on the ground and didn't care much for it. If the police came and beat my ass for literally putting the coffee cup on the ground instead of putting it in the trash where it is, 9 times out of 10, you're going to put the coffee cup back in where it's supposed to be. Because you're going to remember that ass kicking, right? But if we only beat you at the time you're literally maiming people with your knife and saying a bunch of slurs and doing a bunch of insane things. You have like 30 counts of charges in your history. You have a bunch of
Jolly says makes me wonder if people still respect the OSHA laws in this day and age FR.
I don't really think so. But like if like there's people who have like 30 different charges to their name because of things they did in the past when they was young to like almost adult. They have a track record, a long record of things. You know what I'm saying? If you apply
Sad Boy Crab says at Jolly 35 I don't TBH.
The rules as small and enforce them as if they're big, people will respect those laws. So people like Johnny Salami, who runs up in another country and says a bunch of crazy
things. Have you seen that video of a streamer exposing someone who was saying slurs in their chat?
No, what streamer was this? Wait. No, I don't know. What streamer was this one? Send me the video if you can on Discord. But yeah, so like that's where the problem's coming from, because we have bred our children. We have bred our
Sad Boy Crab says at Jolly 35 if I am at war, I am ending my enemy.
Said at Jolly 35 if I'm at war,
makes sense.
I'm ending my enemy.
That makes sense. But if you want people to respect your laws, you have to enforce them as if they're big. So people won't just like say, it's just a crummy law, it's not a big deal. That attitude is the reason why the big laws become even bigger laws. You know what I'm saying? So like, this is why we have the censorship problem now. And this is why these politicians are using this censorship problem as a Trojan horse to place on other people, because if most people take care and watch what their kids are doing, they don't have much of a the foot to stand on. But because there's so many irresponsible parents, and they know they're irresponsible, who expose their children to insane things or don't care or neglect them, we are running into this problem where single people who don't have children have to be punished because people who chose to have children or couldn't afford to have children or shouldn't have children at all are being punished because of people's horrible decision making. That's why. I don't think people should just have children like that. I think there should be things in place, because children are always under the forefront of being damaged the most because they don't know any better. They're exposed to too much, especially with the internet, this, that, a third. Like, I understand why they don't want kids at a certain age not to be on the internet. I get it. But then again, it's like, this is why I don't understand why, if you're going to have popular apps like Instagram, like the shit going on with ICE, they're going to bring law and order, but communities wants to chaos and insane. I meant, okay, I got you. But like, this is how I look at it. If you're going to have, say you're Instagram, right, and you're a high base of people who are on your platform, or young people from a certain age, from like 13 to like say 17 is a higher amount, as much as the people who are adults, then you should make a more Instagram light app for kids. And they can do this because there's an Instagram light, and there's a Threads, and there's Instagram. I don't think it's going to be too much trouble for Mark Zuckerberg, with all the money he has, to fund a new Instagram just for kids. So there's no censorship on the other platforms, just for YouTube, which I don't know how YouTube keep ignoring this one fact. Why make me put my information more into your platform when I don't have to? When you have YouTube fucking Kids as a literal thing. There's YouTube Kids. You can't why do I have to give you my information when you can literally send those children to YouTube Kids? Why do we keep forgetting that?
Brightroclo says, can't they have a parental control system or something?
They can. That does exist. They just pretend it doesn't. They do have that. That's what's wild about that. The parental control thing is already built in the YouTube system. You can do that right now with your kids. And there's YouTube Kids. That's what's wild about that. There's parental controls over there too. I get why parents are so concerned about it, though. I mean, if you look at the history behind abductions from using these apps, they're seen as very... I get it. And this is why they need a kid version of it. Or these parents just can't have their kids on no damn internet. But I don't think it's right for someone who's past the age of 19, 20, 21, 22, 23... 24, 25, and then 30 and plus, and I have to get punished because you can't take care of your kids or control them. What the hell? Even more risky, it can happen on any app. It can happen on any app, but then this is a parent problem. The parents have to be charged, like, severely for this. Because they already know that there's some parents who wants to go against the government for whatever reason. So if you have to give your information, they'll just have their kids use their information to go and look at whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's almost stupid to punish everyone to put their information on something that isn't even secure like that. I think Google just recently had a security breach no more than a couple of days ago, just recently. That is wild to me. It's stupid as hell. Like, bro, imagine you have to give your information to use a Sony product or go on Sony's website, right? But knowing that Sony had more data breaches, more public data breaches than any other public entity. We know more Sony data breaches and leaks than any other company. More than Microsoft, more than Microsoft, Google, Apple, you know what I'm saying? Every move, I remember when a bunch of PlayStation credit card information was leaked 3 times. And then the whole movie thing happened where we knew about movies that was coming out 10 years down the line. You know what I'm saying? Like, No, bro, I'm not giving you my information. Then you get leaked my stuff, and then they get my social and everything, especially if I'm working on YouTube. I work on YouTube. I make money from YouTube. I make money on TikTok. I have to give my social to that. And then imagine they get your information. I think I heard that PlayStation had this sort of breach as well, or it was Roblox, but their asses got lit on fire. Yep. I know PlayStation did. I don't know about the Roblox part. I know Roblox with the whole pedo thing, but like, it's wild. Oh, someone asked me a question. Can't they have parental control? Okay, I found video. Where do I send it to me on Discord if you can, or Instagram if whichever you prefer.
The repercussions her actions could have had onto herself and the people around her. And that leads me to my next topic of public spaces.
Normalize shutting the fuck up at the movie theater. Because I just had to leave the movie theater early because the yapping, it was insane. It was absolutely insane. And unfortunately, this is not the first time I've had to leave a movie early because people kept on talking over the movie.
Okay, people just talk in theaters now. I've gone to movies recently where I'm like, there's fully, I see phones out.
Schnapp? I forgot his name. And they said he was working with the police, which is wild that they banned his account or something like that.
When I was in New York, we went and saw The Lion King. People behind us were talking
Sad
the
Boy Crab
whole
says
fucking
JSLAT.
show in a normal voice. And I kept doing the look back. We'd look at each other and he would do the like, oh, that dude's getting pissed vibe, and like do like a little nod. 5 minutes of quiet, and then, yeah, well, the other thing that's happened, I'm like, you know we can hear you.
Let's do.
Sad Boy Crab says slap.
Okay, one thing that I do think we need to address as a society is the fact that there is an epidemic of fully grown adults who are playing shit from their phones at full volume in public, no headphones. And this is insane sociopathic behavior.
You know what? He's not wrong. Because you ever seen those commercials when they're doing like, okay, you know when they're doing like a tech, when tech, CES, or for those who know what CES is, those conventions where they do like tech, like new tech that's coming out in the next 5+ years. You know when they're doing like their presentation of like a commercial of what we're going to be using in the future? You know when they was like bringing up like VR headsets, and they did like a commercial where someone's wearing a VR headset in the train station or something like that, or somewhere public, and they're just playing VR chat or some stupid video game with their headset on in a public space. No one wears a VR headset in a public space, especially in a place where in like a train station where someone can punch you in the face, knock you out, and then take your stuff. Who does that? Who does that? There is no one playing a game with a VR headset in public, whether you can do it wirelessly or not. No one's doing that, bro. Especially how bulky like the most headsets are nowadays. Now they're getting more smaller and better now. Like they're almost getting to a point where you can put them in your pocket, which is cool. I think there's one particular headset, I can't remember what it's called, but it's really small. It's as small as your my phone here. It's like as small as your phone you can put in your hand. I forgot what it's called, but like, it's wild. Yeah, that dude. Yeah, Schlep. There we go. Which is silly. This is where I genuinely think the internet and the invention of computers and phones is becoming very dangerous. Same with the new AI, but I wouldn't get into it. But it's low-key scary. No, you're not wrong. It is scary. 1985, bro.
Screaming during concerts, throwing things at performers, talking during movie theaters, having your TikTok on full blast in public transit, and having your dogs unleashed in public areas of the city. Why are we doing this? Public spaces are not your bedroom. There are people around you, and the fact that you either don't care or are so preoccupied and focused on what you're doing that everything else around you doesn't matter goes to show that you weren't raised right, or there's something seriously wrong in our society if it signals to you that that's an okay thing to do. It's somehow empowering for you to be a nuisance to everyone else around you. And when you
Yes, I've said this many times. In American culture, if you are a nuisance, you are a hero. or you're some type of rebel, or if you're what's the right word? You are standing against the man, or you're being different, or you're a free spoken spirit or some stupidness. Now, there's a difference giving your opinion on something and being a total asshat. There are two different
Sad Boy
things.
Crab says, I knew you would like this video.
Emoji. I knew you would like this video. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
I see you like what the type of stuff I like listening to, huh? But like, yeah, it's wild to me where, okay, I think this comes from the behavior with the protest stuff. Like, okay, I understand protests are, I'm not saying any particular protest, so I'm not picking anyone specifically. I'm not picking any type of like cause or anything. But I think a lot of this has to fall under the protest of a lot of things that happened throughout the years. Because protests used to be, I stand on the corner, we sing our songs, or we stand right there, and that's it. Like a bit of like a strike, right? But now it's getting to a point where people pull out their phones, they're being violent, they're doing everything, they're either fighting the police fighting them, everyone's pulling out their phone, everyone's trying to be the next thing, we're raiding places, we're destroying places, we're doing this and that, and this is just our way of saying, this is us going against the man. You destroying your entire neighborhood is not going against the man. If anything, you just made it worse for yourself, and that so-called man, which is I think they're referring to as the government, is going to put more restrictions on y'all, because people who are bad actors who are using the situation to their advantage to steal and do criminal acts is going to make it worse for you. But a lot of people don't see it that way because they're in the moment. So they think, oh, I'm in the moment. Things are changing in my head at the very moment. Therefore, there's going to be some
Sad Boy
type
Crab
of
says the CCTV now is too good now.
The CCTV is too good now. Okay, the behavior, but the society mixed with the government and wanting power and influencing mankind is becoming way too dangerous. Too many levels. Too many levels is only increasing. Plus, they're getting rich off the heck off us. I think what's happening is that I think the reason why, and this is why I go back to the activist thing, because there are too many movements. Think of it this way, there are too many movements, and they're all intertwined with each other, one way or another. They're enemies of each other, and they're allies at the same time. So there's this infighting and this fighting at the same time. We're fighting the government, but we're also fighting each other. It's too much. It's like, for the last 10 years that has passed, there are more movements than issues that are solved, right? So like, and you notice something in America, specifically I notice this in America, when a movement is started, it never goes away. Even if it reached its initial goal, it does not go away. It just stays. It's like if you play a PlayStation 2 game, you guys know what I'm talking about. If you play like a PlayStation 2 game and you beat the game, you're just stuck in the open world from this point. It just keeps going. You don't even start a whole new game. You can just literally keep playing the game after the end game content. Now, I'm not talking about where there's DLC coming down. I'm talking about PlayStation 2 era, Spider-Man 2, Ratchet and Clank, like open world type games. Well, Ratchet and Clank's not technically open world, but you can still play after the game's initially over. But like Jak and Daxter, you know what I'm saying? Any open world game, if you beat the game in like PlayStation,
Sad Boy Crab says Jak and Dexter.
Jak and Daxter, like if you think of it that way, it just doesn't end. And you notice that the longer that so-called
rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
The longer that movement keeps lasting, it just deteriorates to something super degenerate. It's not even what it was before. Let's use an example. We'll use BLM for example. BLM was about stopping police brutality and making sure the bad actors don't do what they're supposed to be doing, and X, Y, and Z. Now it's just a terrorist movement to the point where people just use it. It's not even mentioned anymore. You notice it's never mentioned anymore. You don't hear about Black Lives Matter anymore. Because the people who was running that were a bunch of criminals who used the money and ran off with it. Now they're hiding from the feds. Remember, it was about the Trayvon Martin problem. That was like, what, almost 12, 15 years ago, I believe? Was it? I think about 10 plus years ago. Right? And then after that, it was one after the other, and you're like, oh, this police brutality, this is bad, blah, 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 this and that, we gotta do reform. And it just got to a point where people are just like, you know what? I was for this cause, but now it's kind of like, it's not what it was before. And then what happens, the BLM thing mixed in with the rainbow flag, and the rainbow flag mixed in with the Palestinian thing, and then Palestinian thing, and the environmental people has mixed in with that. It's a bunch of 3-4 different things mixed in. And what's funny, they're all enemies of each other one way or another, right? But they end up being allies amongst each other because they're not either white per se, or they're just convenient at the time. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Hey, bro, what's up? What's up, piss? So that's where this problem is coming from, right? It's too many movements, and most of these movements don't even fix what they're there for in the first place. It's just a ride along for the moment because it sounds good at the time. Look at Asian hate. I mentioned this thousands of times. Remember the Asian hate thing when the COVID thing happened? Remember that lasted 1 literal month? I'm not even kidding. I'm not even hyperbolic. It was literally a month. It had Olivia Munn from Attack of a Show, for those who remember her from X-Men Days of Future Past. I think it was 2. She played Psylocke. Remember that? She was in the commercial, Stop Asian Hate, because of the whole what was going on at the time, the pandemic. After a month literally passed, you don't see that commercial ever again. Most people have never seen the commercial on YouTube. And then because the reason, you know why it went away? A lot of people don't know this or didn't realize it. The reason why the news stopped pushing the Asian hate problem is because they was trying to make it into a white versus Asian thing because of the whole COVID thing. When you look at this, the CTV reports and everything, it was not white people attacking Asian people. It was minorities attacking other minorities, or minorities attacking Asian people. And because they only had I remember they had 15 different videos of Asian people attacked, and 2 of them was white. The rest was either non-white. It was either Hispanic, black. Usually it was just Hispanic, black, mainly black, but Hispanic, black, and then 2 white people. And the 2 white people was attacking them. They just called them some slur and walked off. That's it. The others was calling them slurs and attacking them, physically attacking them. So this proves to you right there, there's an agenda being pushed, because as soon as it was not, they didn't have a high amount of white people doing things to Asians. They had more black people doing things to Asians. Not saying black people are just out hurting Asians, but that was what was going on at that time, right? Especially at salons, restaurants, anything that was Asian focused. There was a lot of minorities attacking them per se because of what was going on and blaming them for this. Somehow every Asian person was working together about the whole thing. No, that's not how that works. It was a few bad apples who caused this issue to lead to this point, not the whole community. That's horrible to do, which is the irony, because most black people like to preach the whole race thing, and we're not all the same, but you're doing the same thing to another race who are not white. So, and the problem is, the reason why a lot of people there was no real big push or stop to it, is because it was a minority against minority crime. Plus, Asian people are considered white adjacent, which is horrifically horrible, because I thought everyone who is non-white is supposed to be some type of need to be uplifted, but no, it's only when the totem pole of race or certain what's the right word, oppression Olympics, who's on the oppression Olympics pole will determine if you are more valuable than the next person. So this is why this is why I never jump on that bandwagon of making fun of white people or certain races. I think it makes sense to make fun of everyone, not just one particular group, because when you start doing that, it'll eventually subside into other races down the rabbit hole of who's at the bottom compared to who's at the top, right? It's easy to attack the people at the top compared to the people at the bottom.
Mike Kaz asks, didn't Woody Allen get punched in the face, or was it the guy from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids?
I'm not sure about Woody Allen, the actor, right? I don't know if he got punched. I'm not sure about that story. I remember that it was using racism on white people. Sorry, it was the flags used. No, you're fine. You're You're on Instagram. That won't get me in trouble. Instagram lets me say whatever the hell I want. It's very rare ever piss off Instagram. or YouTube, but I'm on Instagram, I'm on TikTok, so I have to be very careful how I'm wording this. But yeah, it's wild. Like it's evil what they have done to Asian people. They put there, and this is where it's gonna trickle down from white people, how people disrespect white people the way they do, and it's eventually gonna go to Asians, and Asians and white people will be seen the same. So disrespecting an Asian person is like disrespecting a minority white person.
Question these people, they get defensive. They don't back down. Let's not confuse self-expression and living your best life with just being an asshole to the public. It's easy to chop this up as main character energy and everyone else around you is an NPC that's living in your world, but I think there's a clear line between living your best life and making everyone else hate theirs. Nobody's saying don't sing in a concert, but if your vocals are louder than the headliner, maybe reel it in, sister. Nobody is saying your dog isn't friendly, but there have been too many cases of friendly dogs that have brutally attacked someone.
A 9-year-old child suffered life-altering injuries in Toronto because an off-leash dog in a child's playground charged it, dragged them to the ground, and attacked. This dog was already known to authorities because it already had a dangerous dog designation and was required to be on a muzzle in public and not be off-leash. And they were required to see a trainer and provide evidence to animal services that they did.
I really understood this, per se, why I get it, but okay. If you have a dog who is very enthusiastic, I think what you should do, I think every dog should have a muzzle on if you're taking them out in a public setting. That just solves a lot of problems, to be honest. I know some of y'all gonna be like, but that's inhumane, that's mean to a dog. Like, I'm not saying, like, put the muzzle on them. If they need to eat, take the muzzle off, give them their food, let them drink their food, and put it back on them. It saves you two things. One, the dog will live. Two, you will keep your dog. And three, no one dies, gets injured, and you don't got a lawsuit on your hands. Now I'm saying you keep your dog. You still have your dog. You can take the muzzle off when you take him home, or in your backyard or your front yard, right? But when you're taking your dog on a walk, or you're taking him to the dog pound, or not pound, the dog park, or whatever the case may be, put a muzzle on them. They all should have a muzzle on them, to a degree. Now, if you're comfortable enough to bring your dog to a dog park where it's literally designated to dogs, and you're okay with the muzzle coming off, because that should be an option if you want to. But if you're doing anything like walking your dog down the street, you're going into the city, you're walking through town, that dog should have a muzzle on. All dogs. Small ones, big ones. So the small one don't get all, like, tough and try to run up on the big one, because the big one has to, like, and then the big one don't destroy the little one. You know what I'm saying? Like, everyone keeps their dog. The dog gets to live. And if you keep it on them long enough, the dog will get used to it. Animals are very adaptable to their situation. We have done it to them for millions of years now. Thousands of years, I'll say. We have done it to them for a very long time. It's not like they can't adapt and they're just going to lose their mind and off themselves or something. A dog will get used to their nonsense. It doesn't matter what culture is. Every animal has gotten used in some way with their owners. Whether it's a farm dog, a sheep type dog, a snow dog, any type of dog usually gets used to their situation pretty fast. I kind of feel bad for putting a muzzle on like a bulldog per se. Is it bulldog? The British looking dog, the one that looks like a pushed in face. They said they have a breathing problem. I feel bad putting a muzzle on them, but hey, it saves them.
Sad Boy Crab says it is.
Like hell, some breeds are and were bred for fighting. It makes sense. It just makes sense.
Said pug.
A pug. There is my dad. Thank you, pug. Thank you, pug. My horrible mind. Yeah, I think that just makes sense. I know some people are not gonna like that because they want their dog to be like, free. But you have to put in consideration if your dog's gonna be near anyone.
Lucas said hi.
Hey Lucas, if your dog's gonna be near anyone, no one knows your dog but you, right? Your dog may not bite you, but it might bite someone's kid.
Mike has said hi, Luca.
If feel threatened. Now your dog may not have a history of biting kids, but that one kid, and we all seen that video. I think everyone has seen that video where there's a bulldog, and he's like sitting on his hind legs, and there's this little kid that runs up on the bulldog with a little, I think, water bottle. He has like a water bottle or something, and he's hitting him on the head. And the kid looks like 3 or 2. Our town had a bulldog that was trained, but it killed a child because of lack of training. See? I think it makes sense. 1, you keep your dog still. 2, the dog won't have to die or be euthanized. 3, you don't get a lawsuit on your hands. 4, no one's dog has to die or any kid has to die or anyone's gang going to sue you. The folks got sued for it. I believe it too. Yep. I think it makes sense. Whether it's a Chihuahua to a literal bulldog, any type of dog should have a muzzle in public. Now, if it's at a designated area for dogs where they can run around and have fun, that's up to the owner if they want to take the muzzle off. I think that's only fair. But when it comes to public spaces where there's children involved, there's children there, there's elderly people there, you know what I'm saying? Like a regular park, a restaurant, if they allow animals in, it should have a muzzle on. The only time I think it's okay for a dog to be in a public space with no muzzle on is one of those dogs who are leading the blind. Because they're not focusing on anything. They're focusing on getting their owner to point A to point B. They're super trained to keep themselves in a particular way. But then again, that's up to the owner if they want to put a muzzle on them, per se, or up to the government at that point.
Kofi Streambot said visit Artextric's Kofi page.
This culture of flexing about having one's dog off leash has to change. I am particularly troubled by quote-unquote professional trainers that promise off-leash reliability so that people can take their dogs off-leash anywhere, like it's some sort of evidence of your amazing training skill and that you have an amazing dog.
Oh my god, that's a thing? People are just having off-leash dogs, just taking them off for the dog and just having off-leash? Oh, hell no.
People's dogs should be able to come to them on command regardless of whether you're in a leash or an off-leash area. And if you're in an on-leash area, the dog needs to be on fucking leash, period.
Leash your dogs, please. And disrupting public spaces has also become
you have to leash your dogs and put a muzzle on them. Because we have seen many times people have a leash on their dog and they can't control this beast. They can't control it. You've seen that. We've seen that video.
Said yes.
They need to have a muzzle and a leash on. I'm sorry. I understand some people want. I would put that on my dog. He or she has to have a muzzle on or a thing because sometimes they'll be trying to fight, and there's some people who don't know and then let go of the leash from accident or probably on purpose, and then the dog will be jumping on everyone and attacking, and then you have to pick up your dog and everything. Bro, no. Recently too, that's crazy.
A trend online recently where people would go into subways and blast cringy music until someone stops them.
If I put the speaker down, I lose.
Are you kidding me?
Now, as a concept, this is crazy to me. How could you possibly think this is a good idea? Oh, I see. Social media tells them it's a good idea through views and likes.
And that's also a big thing. These social media platforms has cultivated this as well. I'm not even going to even blame. Sometimes it's just the incentive of being an asshole could be more profitable for some people than others because some people just have no self-awareness or people are extremely narcissistic, so they do not care. That is crazy. 6.8 million, 10.2 million, 8.9 million. This dude made some bank off these 3 videos alone. Jesus Christ. being a nuisance. That is wild to me. That is crazy.
Okay, I just checked the comments of this video and he may have been doing it satirically. The people say that he does it mute and then adds the music afterwards and he just holds.
I think he has blonde hair. He has like a giant boombox or something. He'll go in Japan, go into like a train station or in a public area, play the music, and I think he starts dancing or something.
The speaker for the clip. I'm not sure how true that is, so I found this other guy and I think he is actually playing music. You can see people in the background turn their heads.
Yeah, it's similar to that thing.
But I don't even think it's about online fame and notoriety anymore. I think it's deeper. It's their sense of entitlement to think that this is an okay behavior and an okay thing to do.
Yeah.
You think Tiffany's gonna post that clip of her screaming her lungs out at the Billie Eilish concert? Probably not. She's just doing it for her own memories, just at the expense of everyone else around her, who also paid just as much to be there as much as her. You think Jack is heckling the performer or the comedian because he's doing it for his own Instagram? Heck no. He's doing it because he thinks that's the right thing to do. It's gonna help comedians farm clips. No one wants to be interrupted during a rehearsed practice performance. Even comedians. I interviewed a comedian about this in my previous video and touched upon whether heckling and crowd work is ruining stand-up comedy. You can check that video up there, but it's not the right thing to do. And if you still don't believe that people don't know how to act in public anymore, just look at the poster girl outfit trend.
Good morning. So I don't know if I'm just old, but I just looked up what poster girl outfit is, and those outfits, I thought they were used for like sexy time and for dancers.
I mean, seriously, when I looked this up, I honestly thought this was just for the bedroom, but no, people are actually going outside in public, walking, going to restaurants, going to movies, sitting in these. There's a universal dress code when you go outside in the public. And this is edging the line to what...
Poster girl. Wait, what? Is this a trend? Wait, poster girl trend? Let me see this. I don't think this should be shown. Poster.
Sad Boy Crab says it was.
Trend?
Sad Boy Crab says it shouldn't.
Wait, hold on.
What is acceptable? I can just imagine trying to be a parent with young kids and people are blasting music with curse words in them in a public park, groups of people wearing these outfits, and you start to wonder, where did we go wrong? People forgot how to dress for certain occasions.
Oh, don't tell them that. You're destroying their freedoms, because, and this is where I'm gonna kind of blame fifth wave feminism for this one, because if you tell specifically women what they can and cannot wear at certain events, you are attacking their entire place. And remember, they're not putting on an outfit that is appropriate for said thing. They're putting some outrageous, outlandish, overly sexual thing, and then they're making a thing that you're trying to control them. They purposely wear something that they know is a problem. You can obviously know it's inappropriate for said thing, but because you're telling them what to do, because they didn't have a daddy in their life, therefore you're trying to police them. You're not policing anyone. There's a certain occasion that we're doing. We want you to look appropriate for the occasion. We understand if you're trying to put on something sexy, if we're like doing cosplay and there's something like that. I get that. Like, that's fine. Most cases in most cosplay situations. But when you're being invited to like a formative thing and you're putting the most sexy, it's like you're being sued or you're going to court for something, right? You put on the most sexy outfit instead of looking like, a civilian. You know what I'm saying? They have zero shame for their appearance. Yeah, they have no, and that's where, listen, you don't have to be in God to know this, but I remember playing a game called Outlast, and there was a character who said this, and it's true. Shame is a gift from God. because when you have shame, that means you have some form of moral, or you have a sense of morality in you that you know that something doesn't feel right. Like, you don't have to have morals. You have the sixth sense that you know something's not right. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know something's not right. It doesn't make you feel right. Maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe I can do it. I probably can get away with it. Maybe it's not a big deal. But for some weird reason, I'm not really vibing with this. Maybe I should stop. That's a form of shame. And that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing to feel shame. It actually keeps you out of a lot of trouble. 9 times out of 10. But a lot of people think if you're feeling shame, that's the patriarchy or some stupidness. No wonder parents get on their children like with kids predators. Understandable why they try to protect them. Yeah, it's hard to be a parent. Dude, it is so hard to be a parent to tell your kids because the influences around them, there's so much you can shield them from to the point it ends up being obsessive. So that's where this problem comes in, right? It's almost too hard to, get into too much.
Here's an example of a girl who thought these shorts was business casual for an interview, and guess what? She immediately was dress coded and could not be accepted for the interview.
So I just got dress coded during an interview, and then they decided to reschedule the interview with me for tomorrow. But before they rescheduled, the lady was like, "Would you like to come back? Like, go change and then come back?" And I was like, "No."
You are inappropriate as hell. You know those shorts are too short, even though they're not tight short. They're not dress code appropriate. What is wrong with people? They want people to follow their rules, but when you don't follow other people's rules, they have a problem with it. That is crazy to me.
These are the shorts. Let me turn to the side, y'all. These are the shorts.
Dude, that is not appropriate.
Please, what do you think? What do you think? Do you think these are business casual shorts? And if you're still not convinced, just go to Japan, Thailand, or any big tourist destination, and you'll see.
Here's a better example. Let's say you're looking for a substitute teacher to teach your 5-year-olds, and the dude comes up in tatted to the brim. And I don't mean 1 or 2 tats. He has tats from his foot all the way to his eyeballs. And then you ask them, "Sir, why are you doing here? What, like, are you here in the position?" And they said, "Yes." You honestly believe I'm going to hire you looking as scary as you do, big as you do, and scary as you do by just appearance alone, for 5-year-olds to be exposed to you? Now, I know some people will say, "But you're judging a book by its cover." You are right, and I am doing that. Because 9 times out of 10, most people are not going to hire
Sad Boy Crab says that's actually the nose ring theory.
The nose ring theory? Is that? Oh, that was part of the video you watched, right? Oh my god. I'm not gonna hire you. You look scary. Parents are not gonna be around or want their kids being taught by you. You may be crazy. We don't know. At least with the nose ring woman, at least she comes with a nose ring and a little colored hair. She might be an actual professional. But then again, I'm like, I still don't want to hire her either. But you come here tatted like a Mayan. Like, are you serious?
See what I mean?
Right. Go back to your country. You are not welcome here. I'm sorry, but your money, that's my money, okay? Build your country.
Oh, wow. Okay. The guy was going, "We pay to be here. We can stay here for as long as we want. We can scream as loud as we want." You're in a residential city, you are on some private road, you have no respect for the locals, you've got no respect for us who've been woken up by this, basically. It actually made me feel embarrassed to be a tourist, because now that's what they think all tourists are going to be like.
Is it just me, or have I been seeing way too many videos lately of foreigners straight up disrespecting Thailand? From this lady screaming, "My money built your country," because she got asked to take her shoes off, to people blasting speakers at full volume on the BTS SkyTrain for a TikTok video, and then this one claiming that Thai people are rude.
Mike said something funny. He said, "Where is your resume?" Takes his shirt off and points at his resume tatted on his back. You know what? I would have put his... I'm pretty sure someone has tried doing that nonsense.
And should speak to her only in English. Listen, this country opens its doors to us, and Thai people are some of the most welcoming and kind-hearted people I've ever met. And if you're kind and respectful to them, they will show it back to you 100 times more.
Now, I've done my fair share of solo traveling, from Kenya to Japan to Spain, Italy, but never in my imagination would I think to exercise my American or Western birthright to just crap and be rude to foreigners as if I'm better than them. What is this? This isn't the spirit of traveling. You're supposed to be enriched by a new culture, appreciate and respect the new culture, learn from the people, not just terrorize and be rude to them as if you're better than them. Like,
what the fuck?
What? Here's another clip where the McDonald's manager was clearly having almost a stroke or a heart attack or some medical emergency, but what are people doing? They're going to the fryer and getting the fries for themselves.
Are you serious?
We at McDonald's on Lindell, man.
Yeah, okay, yeah,
check in. Look at my boy on the fries, cuz.
Hey, look, we found the cookie stash.
Look at she over here drooling. Come on, baby girl. You the manager, man. You supposed to do better than this.
Do better, manager. I'm sorry. Can you just help the manager and see if they're okay? What happened to basic human decency?
Yeah, because let's just say that manager just kind of got the energy to stand up, and she says to them, "Okay, guys, stop what you're doing. Don't touch the food. We have to throw away all half the food because all you are not regulated to be back here, and we don't know if any of you have like sicknesses or any case may be."
Sad Boy Crab says it's a Juliet Boticon.
As soon as she says anything to the fact of telling them to stop, you think they're just gonna stop? Hell no. Especially if they pull out their phone. No.
Why are we so consumed with our own lives?
Now, maybe some might actually just walk away and don't say anything and just say that was for fun at the moment. The majority of them will just keep going. And if you stop them from their fun, they think you're the problem.
Getting what's ours and being our own main character, that we cannot think for a second about how our actions and how we dress affect other people, and to show a little bit of empathy for the people around us. Before the internet, people would be publicly shamed, have dirty looks thrown at them, and be confronted and be so embarrassed that they would never do it again. But I think with social media, people are blurring the line with what is acceptable and what is not acceptable in public areas.
Correct.
And their social security, their social awareness and sense of security is at an all-time low. Doing things without care, thought, or common decency for the other people around you is getting to a boiling point, and it's spiraling. What used to be fun communal events have become, oh, I'm a side character in someone else's story, and now I'm being flashed by a cooch I did not expect to see. Also, I know I said I wasn't going to talk about being polite and giving a receipt for someone who's an elderly, but I found this guy on Facebook. He's a blind, deaf father, and he thinks it's an unpopular opinion to be polite to strangers. Like, oh my God, my heart just goes out to this guy. How could you think that being polite is an unpopular opinion? How did we get here? Why do people just always assume the worst and always rude to people nowadays? Like, what has happened? I can't imagine how many rude things and encounters this father has been through to think that this is now an unpopular opinion. So, but I want to know what you think. Do you feel like people have forgotten about public decency and online safety? Do you feel like society is rewarding this reckless behavior in the real world? Share your thoughts in the comments. I want to discuss. And if you like this video, maybe subscribe, give it a like. I do commentary and videos like these every week, maybe film analysis here and there. We have a good time. Peace.
Later, bro. Okay, so that was, what's his name? So that was Jordan Kang. Thank you, Jordan. And thank you, Sad Boy, for sending that to me. I do enjoy those type of videos, in my opinions. Okay, now this is from Mono.
Sad Boy Crab says he's a good guy, right?
Yep. Oh!
If y'all don't know who this is,
okay. I ran to this video per se. So okay, let me go back. I think I can show this. Hold on. I know who this guy is. I ran to his video.
To the white guy that called me slurs over and over.
Is it? Can I do it like this? Wait, can I put this? No, does it take
Again, in my live stream the other night for no reason, guess what? You're gonna get kicked out of the United States Navy. You know how they tell us that we should be careful what we do on social media because there could be real life consequences? Hi, my name's Real Life Consequence. I've done a thorough background check and now I know everything about you. I know what little town in Texas you're from. I know your name, your phone number, your email address. I've seen your disciplinary records. I know the names of all of your family members, including your dead mother and your daughter who turns 2 next week, and her mother who's gonna have to pay for all the birthday presents this this year because you came into my live stream and saw a black man who was talking about Pokemon cards and video games, and you assumed, yeah, he's not going to do anything if I call him slurs repeatedly, even though he's trying to help me. Turns out I am going to do something. Turns out there are so many things I can do because I have all the screenshots. I have all of the recordings. I know that after you left my live stream, you went into someone else's and started talking about how much you love Jesus and God and the Bible. So maybe I should send that evidence to the church you go to in that little town we both know about. I know exactly which boat in the Navy you serve on, and I know the names of black sailors that serve on the same boat as you. Maybe I'll send the clips to them as well. But only after I send them to the Naval Inspector General's office, because I'm getting you fired. I'm getting you kicked out of the Navy. There's nothing you can do to stop me. There is no apology I will accept. There is no excuse I will listen to. There is no money you could offer me.
Okay.
You're getting fired.
And
when you're working...
So this guy, what's his name? Oh, it's Noratamo? I think his name's Noratamo, if I'm saying it right. I'm not totally sure. Okay, so this dude was doing. He's a Pokemon. I think he's a game. He's a streamer.
Said man went full nuclear.
Yeah, he does Pokemon cards like TGS type, opening the cards and make them really slow. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're very rare cards. They have like a lot of value. I think that's how it works. They open them for the opening. It's the fun of opening them, keeping them clean, all that stuff. And sometimes they have extreme rarity to the point that they could be thousands, even hundreds of, I think, millions of dollars too. And a white guy came onto his stream and was asking questions about, I guess, the TGS stuff, the Pokemon cards. And I guess he convinced this dude, the black guy here, to come on his stream to show off his cards. And the black guy's like, okay, sure. I think his name's Nora. I don't want to say black guy. It just sounds mean. He told the dude, he's like, okay, you can come on, or in case may be. He wanted to show his cards, and then Nora here showed his cards to him. And then the white guy came out of nowhere, and I don't know the white guy's name, so I would say his name, but I don't know his name. He literally pulled out a card. It looks really blurry, you can't see it, and then he wanted him to spell it, and he couldn't spell it, so he spelled it for him, and he said the N-word pretty much. Like, he read it out, and he said it several times towards him. And the guy, the Nora here was like, really, bro? Like, dude, I'm just here just doing Pokemon cards. Like what is your deal? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. Like, I get that, because I'm like, it's one thing you're one of those people who are like talking crazy about white people or something like that, and then some white person bring the same energy. I get that. I totally get that. So if you're saying a bunch of slurs against like a certain race of people, I'm not surprised if they bring slurs back to you, even if you're black. So if you're a black guy talking crazy about white people because that's your...
Sad Boy Crab says just call him the former Navy personnel.
Right? On the floor laughing emoji.
Like, if you're bringing that energy of talking about white people in a derogatory way, whether they're Jewish or European, or in case you want to call Jewish is a form of religion, it's not race, but you know what I'm saying? If you're talking about them in a way that is very evil and mean and, you know, mean-spirited, you're not even trying to be like, give context on why you're saying it, or even if you had some type of reason, it's best just not talk about it and move to talk about something else, because it's just disparaging, right? But if that same white person came out there and said something to you is disparaging, don't be surprised, right? There's so many times people are going to take a certain abuse. They're going to attack you. It is what it is, no matter what race they are, right? But this is a dude who was sitting down, literally doing his thing. He was just talking about Pokemon. He was not talking about race. He was not talking about politics. He was not talking about any type of nonsense. He was just talking about Pokemon, showing off his cards, talking to his stream, enjoying his time, talking about video games, anime, you know, just basic stuff, right? He's not even talking about, like, race in anime or race in Pokemon or whatever that shit. No. He literally was doing the Pokemon.
Sad Boy Crab says just living his life happily.
Just living his life like any normal streamer, just like, you know. And then white guy comes up and then says whatever he says to him, and then he's like, okay, I'll come up on stream. He was kind enough to get the guy up on the stream, right? I don't let people up on my stream for these very reasons, because the way the dude came off, it was like, it was just some dude who was just trying to show off his cards too. Right? But this is why when you guys ask me, can I come up and stream you? I tell you, fuck no. Because I don't know what your intentions are, even if you watch me. Because some of you, there are some people who are so willing to throw away their everything just for a few seconds of fame, just to prove a point. And I did that a long time ago. Let dude came up here and he said something wild.
Smiling face with horns emoji, smiling face with
There's a
horns
reason
emoji,
why I
face
don't
with
let you
horns
guys up
emoji,
here
face
unless
with
you're
horns
literally
emoji,
paying
face
off
with
the
horns
wazoo.
emoji.
If you're paying a high amount of money to come up here, which I will make you do, then if you call any type of slurs, to be honest with you, I wouldn't be all that mad. I'll be annoyed because it might stop the stream. But then again, I got paid. You paid $500 to call a slur. So, like, who's really losing at that game of life there? Remember, I can always get my account back. Most likely guaranteed. You, on the other hand, paid top dollar to say something stupid. That's how dense you are. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is why I'd rather you pay top dollar to come up here and say something insane than bring you up here for free and destroy my platform. Makes no sense. Straight up, I'd rather you pay $500 up here, off top, you can say whatever you want, than, you know, you just come up here for free, coming off as a friendly friend, and then you say the most insane, unhinged thing because you think it's funny. Nah, we good. We good on that one. That guy is an ass for being rude. And the dude was just being nice. He was being, I saw the stream too. Like, he was being super nice. He was being cool about it. He brought the dude up. He was like, let me see your cars. I really see your cars, man. He's just like, he really wanted to see the cars because he was excited.
Sad Boy Crab says you was there.
No, I saw the video that he posted, so I'm saying. I wasn't actually there. But he saw the video. This is how I know about him because I saw his video no more like a day or two ago. I think it was yesterday or day before. But like
Sad Boy Crab says oh.
Yeah. But that's wild, man. I understand. I understand.
The graveyard shift in an Amazon warehouse and your back hurts and your feet hurt and those white bright lights are beating down on you and the teenager who still has his life ahead of him walks up to you and says, "What are you doing here?" Tell him the truth. Tell him about me.
Ooh. That's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you for saying that, Mono. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I can't. I don't understand. Like, if you don't like a certain race of people, why are you going to their stream? I don't like feminists. You think I'm going to their stream? You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't make any sense. At least have some respect for your enemy, right? If you don't like your enemy, don't bother thy enemy. The only time you should mess with thy enemy is when you are in a conflict where you both have to be in the same place on force. Right? It doesn't make any sense to go to some if you're a right-wing Christian person who is not with the LGBT nonsense, don't go to their streams. Don't bother them. Let them be over there. You be over where you want to be. Why are you bothering them? That makes no sense. What like, make this make sense. You don't like a certain group of people. You go to their stream, you tell them something disparaging. You think they're going to stop being that? You think they're going to stop being that? Like, just stop doing whatever they're doing? Fuck no. Because you're not going to stop what you're doing. Why would they stop what they're doing? Just because you said something rude to them? Fuck no. That's like when people come on my stream and say, why do you draw this, bro? Why don't you draw something else? Because the people in here like it. Well, I don't like it. So should I stop for you because you said something? Because there's 100+ people who have no problem with this. And what I'm drawing is not disparaging or horrible. It's actually quite appropriate for my age, and they're learning from me, so I'm teaching. So I should stop what I'm doing to appease you who are a nobody that I don't know. Okay, I stop for you. I stop drawing whatever I'm drawing because it upsets you. I draw what you want for free. And then the next person comes in and says, this is horrible. I don't like this. Should I stop for them too? Where does it end? Right? Where does that end? Makes no sense. That is stupid. That is madness. Alright, let's find something a little bit more wholesome. So there's this video. I think we all seen this video at least one time, or at least heard of this video. So, this is from Watch Mojo. For those who know what Watch Mojo is, it's a top 10.
Sad Boy Crab said rolling on the floor laughing emoji, rolling on the floor
It's a top 10,
emoji,
top 20, top
YouTube
emoji channel where they talk about top 10, whatever the subject is. And this is 30 creepiest unexplained things caught on security footage. This is more interesting to look at and a lot more fun. It'll be fun to watch. So for those who just let you know, I'm on Twitch, I'm on YouTube, and TikTok. So if you want to watch it on my on Twitch, it'll be up here. If you're on YouTube, it'll be over here on your phone. Let me put it up real quick so you guys can see it.
I'm honestly just kind of scared.
Okay, there we go. So there it is. So this is what you guys will be seeing. If you're on Twitch, you'll see it like this behind me as I do work. And if you're on YouTube, you'll be seeing it from here. You won't be able to see it on TikTok because I'm not trying to piss off TikTok because I gotta get a new MCN. So that's why we're on the phone, because if I do something insane, I'm gonna be horrifically punished for it. So I'm trying to mitigate any issues on that half. So alright, so this is a video about 30 creepiest unexplained things caught on security footage. So we're gonna see what that's about.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the creepiest pieces of security footage that remain unexplained.
Hit that bitch! Hit that!
Online. Number 30, Rebecca Corium.
To this point, there has been no evidence of foul play. While there was an unverified claim by another crew member that Corium jumped overboard, her body has never been found. Her father is holding out hope that Rebecca is still alive, but he admits his daughter's disappearance has taken its toll on the Corium family.
One of the most chilling cruise ship disappearances is that of Rebecca Corium. Corium was a crew member on the Disney Wonder, and at around 5:45 a.m. on March 22, 2011, she was captured on camera in a crew area. She can be seen talking on the phone and appears distressed. And at one point, a fellow crew member approaches and asks if everything is okay, to which Corium replies, "Yeah, fine." She then ends the call and walks from the camera's view while putting her hands in her back pockets. She was never seen again. It's still unclear who exactly Corium was speaking to, and there have been no answers regarding her whereabouts or fate, with many criticizing the investigation as...
So wait, if she was on the phone with someone, the last person she was on the phone with, why don't you just get her phone records? Wouldn't that be smart? Just get her phone records. I'm pretty sure you have that documented, whatever phone she's with. You have her phone number, right? Go through the phone number, get the history of the phone number, see who last called her, talk to that person, see why she was distressed. You know what I'm saying? We can't find her body from that person because they was probably in a different location, but at least we'll know why she probably have put a harm upon herself, right? Doesn't that make sense? Maybe she owed a lot of money. Maybe she pissed off the wrong person. Maybe she has an ex-boyfriend that's crazy and looking for her, a stalker, whatever case may be, right?
Mono said she had a phone with her.
No, she had a phone with her, but they go through the phone records, right? Everything's wireless these days. You can go through the phone records, right? And then look for the transcripts.
Mike has said that's too logical. Let the detectives have fun trying to figure it out.
That's too logical.
It's being woefully inadequate.
Whatever happened to Rebecca on the Disney Wonder remains a mystery. Whether she slipped and fell, jumped, or was pushed into the ocean wasn't properly investigated, and the truth may never be known.
Number 29. Ye Old Man and Scythe Ghost. Found in Bolton, Greater Manchester, is the Ye Old Man and Scythe, a pub that dates back to the mid-13th century.
So tell me more. What? Crowning Glory, is it nutty? Is it foamy? Is it hoppy? Does it have a surprisingly fruity note which lingers on the tongue?
It's beer.
We'll have 5 of those, please.
This makes it one of the 10 oldest pubs in all of Britain, and with 800 years of history behind it, there's bound to be a few ghosts. On February 14th, 2014, employees arrived at the pub to see that the CCTV had stopped recording at 6:18 that morning. So they checked the footage, discovering a terrifying sight. Lights appear to flicker on and off inside the pub, and at one point, you can see a clear and obvious figure standing in the doorway. Now, we're not saying this is a real ghost, but we're also not saying that, you know?
That
was a ghost.
Hold on.
Yeah, okay.
I know for those who are on YouTube, or Twitch, it's gonna be a little too big. I just did it on purpose, but okay, let's go back a little bit. I saw the figure. Hold up, that was crazy. I know.
Also, clear and obvious.
Look, you're gonna see it right here.
Lights appear to flicker on and off.
Yep, there it is. Here we go.
Morning. So they check the footage, discovering a terrifying sight. Lights appear to flicker.
There. Right there. Holy moly. That's right there. I don't know if you guys can see it on YouTube. Hold on. I want to see. Let's go.
Bright Close says where?
I'll show you. Hold on. Hold on, I got you. Let me just make it easier for people on... Where is it?
Mono said teach it's 1 AM for me, come on.
Let me see.
Mike has said in front of the bottle so
I'm sorry, bro.
Head.
Hold on. I'm trying to fix it. Get the... Oh, there it is. I couldn't find it. There we go. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller for those on YouTube. It's dead center in the middle. Yeah, it's dead center right there in the middle. I made it big enough. I think that's big enough. Okay. Let me get Twitch. I gotta figure out a way to do this without doing this every time, because it's gonna be a pain in the booty cheeks.
Sad Boy Crab says MB bro, I was trying to sneak in the kitchen at 3 AM.
Sorry. Let me put this right here. Oh. There we go. I think that's easier. There we go. Yeah, put this right here in the corner so you guys can see it more. Okay. So it's dead center. I think where are you, Bri? You're on TikTok? Right here in the middle. Right here. Dead center. Right where the light is. You see that head? Right here. I'll go back.
Retro Close says TikTok.
Oh, you're on TikTok? Okay. Let me see. I got you, bro. Right here.
Flicker on and off inside the pub, and at one point, you can see a clear and obvious figure appear to flicker on and off. Morning. So they
walking too.
Arrived at the pub to see that the CCTV had stopped recording at 6.
Right? We old now, Mike. We old now, bud.
6:18 that morning. So they checked the footage, discovering a terrifying sight. Lights appear to flicker.
It's gonna start. There it is.
On and off inside the pub, and at one point, you can see a clear and obvious figure standing in the doorway. Now, we're not saying this is a real ghost, but we're also not saying that, you know?
That was a ghost.
Yeah, okay, listen, I know you need, or you want some sort of rational explanation for what happened here, but there isn't one.
Number 28, the Jameson family.
This area is like right in here is where
they went missing
the truck was found.
I've heard this story.
Nose down, like it was leaving the location.
On October 8th, 2009, this CCTV footage was captured on the private security camera of the Jameson family of Oklahoma. The footage shows Bobby and Sherilyn Jameson repeatedly walking between their house and vehicle in a sort of...
Mike's been playing Phasmophobia ever since we bought it. Like, he's been playing it more, so he's on that detective shit right now.
Of trance-like or robotic state. They never interact or speak to each other, and they can even be seen carrying the same items multiple times. This pickup truck was later found abandoned, complete with their IDs, phones, and over $30,000 in cash. In 2013, the skeletal remains of Bobby, Sherilyn, and their daughter Madison were found about 3 miles from where the truck had been. Despite their remains being found, the circumstances of the Jameson family's deaths are still unknown, and the case remains unsolved.
Star says everything was normal in the house.
Wait,
but there was evidence.
Wait, go back. Who was found? Was it just the 3?
Multiple times. This pickup truck was later found abandoned, complete with their IDs, phones, and over $30,000 in cash. In 2013, the skeletal remains of Bobby, Sherilyn, and their daughter Madison were found about 3 miles from where the truck had been.
Wait, only 3 people's skeletons was found, but not the father? Where's the father at?
Mike, you play Facebook.
Despite their remains being found, the circumstances of the Jameson family's deaths are still unknown, and the case remains unsolved.
Star says everything was normal in the house, but there was evidence the two were searching for religious guidance.
Number 27, parking lot ghost.
So maybe it was a cult. Maybe they got entangled with a death cult. Yeah, they definitely paranormal. I don't know, because I've seen that sort of shit before. You've seen it.
Myself.
You've seen it before.
Hey, watch out!
In this piece of security footage, a car can be seen driving in a dark parking lot. A shadowy figure then appears in front of the car, forcing the driver to slam on the brakes. This could be chalked up to a camera glitch or something, except for the fact that both occupants get out of the car and look
I'm gonna zoom in
around to see what it was they hit.
That's crazy. Hold up.
Appears in...
Okay, so the car the car is right there, right? Just to make sure this is the right one we're looking at. It's this car right here, right? So we all can see it. Just make sure we all can see it. Okay. Oh. I wish it never just messes with this. Okay, the car's right there.
Mono said, I would ask you to play, but school starts for me next week, so.
I got you, bro.
In front of the car.
Okay, the car opens. You see the door opens?
Someone
comes right out.
Forcing the driver to slam on the brakes. This
The person comes
could be
around.
chalked up to a camera glitch or something, except for the fact that both occupants get out of the car and look around to see what it was they hit. All they can find is some kind of white object on the ground behind the car. If you go back and watch the footage from the beginning, you can even see this object get dropped just after the shadow is hit. We don't know what kind of trickery this is, but we do not like it.
I didn't see it. It came out of nowhere. Oh my god!
This even white both occupants driving 7
Wait,
parking lot
so-
ghost.
Hey, watch out!
In this piece
Okay, so the car's coming down here. Something white drops behind it?
of security footage,
Oh! Did you see that? That's kind of cool. Okay. When the car comes up, you're going to see a black shadow right in this area. Right here. I know some of you can't see my mouse. For those for you on TikTok or for Twitch and YouTube. But if you look closely, there's a black figure. I'm gonna make it go slow so y'all don't miss it. I'm gonna put on 0.5 speed. Look at this. Look closely. Look at this. It's supposed to come up.
Mike has said it was the ghost of an Uber delivery person dropping off their final delivery.
Okay, you're gonna see it appear right here. Look, I'm gonna keep pausing it. See it?
Mono
You see
said
it?
This girl is talking just like Cave Johnson.
See it?
footage.
And then bam!
A car can be seen
And then something
driving
white
in a
is right
dark
there.
parking lot.
Said it's a matter of time.
Dreamman says it's a matter of time.
This piece of
Dreamman says Matty of time.
footage. A
Bam.
car can be
That's
seen driving in a dark parking lot. A shadowy figure then appears in front of the car, forcing the driver to slam on the brakes. This could be chalked up to a camera glitch or something, except for the fact that both occupants get out of the car and look around to see what it was they hit. All they can find is some kind of white object on the ground behind the car. If you go back and watch the footage from the beginning, you can even see this object get dropped just after the shadow is hit. We don't know what kind of trickery this is, but we do not like it.
I didn't see it. It came out of nowhere. Oh my god, we hit a boat! Where's the foot?
Number 26, Brian Schaefer.
New tonight, inside the investigation of a possible break in one of our area's biggest mysteries. What happened to Brian Schaefer?
At 1:55 a.m. on April 1st, 2006, medical student Brian Schaefer was captured on camera outside the Ugly Tuna Saloona in Columbus, Ohio. He's seen conversing with two women before walking off screen, apparently heading back toward the bar. He was never seen again. What makes this so eerie is that there is no footage of Schaefer exiting the bar. So where did he go? The best guess is that Schaefer left through a service exit, which was located near his last known location, and this exit led to a nearby construction site. It's possible that he met with foul play, had an accident in the construction site, or disappeared to start a new life. Each theory has been explored, but nothing is definitive.
There is. You said construction site. What if he's not in the cement? What if his body's in the cement? How is there not a possibility that his body's not in the cement?
Sad Boy Crab says he fell in the cement.
That's what I'm thinking. He fell. That's the only way you can disappear. He's in the cement somewhere. Somewhere. Oh, that's a horrible thing to ooh, that's horrible.
Still a reward for any information that could help solve this case. You can leave your tip anonymously with Crime Stoppers of Central Ohio, and there's the number, 614-461-TIPS.
Number 25, the Hampton Court Skeletor.
Hampton Court Palace has seen 500 years.
Yeah, maybe, Sad Boy's right. Maybe he left the opposite direction where he was supposed to go, was drunk off his rag, went to the construction site, act like a fool, fell in the cement, and then he got, paved without anyone noticing.
Of dramatic and often violent history. Many have lived and died here. Small wonder then that it is often considered to be one of the most haunted buildings in Britain.
Found in southwest London is the Hampton Court Palace, a royal residence dating back to the 16th century and a personal favorite of Henry VIII. It's now a major tourist attraction and is purportedly haunted by the ghosts of Catherine Howard and Jane Seymour, among others. Others including Skeletor, apparently. The building is currently managed by the charity Things
that came with the tent. Yes. It's kind of weird that they didn't give you, it's weird they didn't give you, what do you call it? Discord privileges. That's weird. We'll have to fix that. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you, Mike, for letting me know. I will get to that right after the stream. I promise. I have to get to Mono as well. So thank you.
Historic royal palaces, which released this ghastly piece of security footage. It shows what appears to be a Skeletor-like being opening and closing some fire doors near the palace's clock court. One visitor also reported seeing a ghostly figure around the clock court earlier that day. So is this a ghost? Maybe someone wearing a period costume? We just don't know.
As trustworthy as these statements may be, they don't constitute physical evidence. We had nothing that we could study until 2003. When these perfectly solid, rather boring modern fire doors burst open.
Number 24, the white van.
I built it for the kids in the neighborhood. I thought they could use it as a kind of a clubhouse, or I don't know. You want to be the first one to try it out?
Oh, this.
Really?
Yeah, sure, yeah. Go ahead. Be fun.
Manchester woman Rochelle Hay was the victim of what every parent fears. Back in October of 2017, Hay's daughters Sade and Amaya, along with her stepdaughter Roxy, were playing in the front garden. As they're playing, a white van rolls up and stops in front of the girls, and the man begins speaking to them. According to Hay, the man tried luring the girls to his vehicle by asking if they wanted some donuts. Smartly, they ran away, with the eldest child Sade grabbing her younger sister and taking her into the house. When Hay stepped outside to confront the driver, he sped away. Unfortunately, there have been no updates on the case, and the man's identity has never been revealed.
Yes, sir. I am a part-time magician. Would you like to see a magic trick?
Number 23, Trevor Deely.
So I just said to him, look, Trevor, we'll have more time to talk about this at Christmas.
22-year-old Trevor Deely of Dublin left a work Christmas party on December 8, 2000 and stopped by the office to grab an umbrella for the walk home. Around 3:30 that morning, Deely arrived at the office and had a brief conversation with a mysterious man outside the building. According to CCTV, the man had been there for about a half an hour before Deely arrived. Deely then left the office but never returned home. This man remains unidentified, and it's still unclear why he was waiting outside of Deely's office. As for Deely, no one knows what happened to him, but in October 2017, an informant told police that Deely had been murdered by a local criminal. However, this claim has never been verified.
We're particularly appealing to anybody that may have been in the Haddington Road, Wilton Terrace area on the early hours of the morning of December the 8th, 2000. Particularly the unknown male as depicted in the CCTV footage, or anybody who may have...
Number 22. Andrew Gosden.
A face in the crowd at London's King's Cross station. These the last known images of Andrew Gosden on the day he disappeared in 2007.
A 14-year-old boy walks among a giant crowd in London's King's Cross station. No one pays him any mind, but they don't know that he would soon become one of the most notorious missing person cases in modern British history. This boy is Andrew Gosden, who left his home in Doncaster on September 14, 2007 and purchased a one-way ticket to London. In this CCTV footage, Gosden is seen walking through King's Cross and then leaving the station out into the enormous bustling city. When he didn't appear home that night, his family called the police. Unfortunately, investigators have never been able to find Gosden, and the reason for his travel to London remains unknown.
His family will always hold on to hope.
If you give up hoping, it feels like the same as saying, I've just stopped loving you and I don't care anymore.
Number 21. Emma Philippoff and the Green Shirt Man.
She goes in and out the door 6 times within minutes.
Oh yes, I know this story. I think we did this one before. Not this video, but like her.
Was someone out there?
Canadian woman Emma Filipoff disappeared in Victoria, British Columbia on
she was bumming off, like, she was like traveling, kind of. I think, if I remember right, she was kind of like, she was hitchhiking her way through.
November 28, 2012, after several unsettling moments caught on CCTV. On November 23rd, she was seen repeatedly entering and exiting a local YMCA, seemingly avoiding someone outside. A few days later, she was filmed hesitating in the doorway while leaving a 7-Eleven. She was last seen later that night walking barefoot outside the Empress Hotel. 18 months later, a man in a green shirt was caught on CCTV holding a crumpled missing poster of Filipoff, claiming that she was his girlfriend and that she was not actually missing. He left before police arrived. Despite public appeals and continued investigation, Filipoff remains missing, and the so-called green shirt man is still wanted for questioning in the case.
Your drawing
like so many other tips, the man in the green shirt held out only momentary hope, then disappeared. Police are still hoping to find him to ask him more about his story.
Number 20, Fresno Nightcrawlers. In 2007, Fresno homeowner Jose managed to capture footage of what looks like pairs of pants walking on their own.
Now what's this one coming in here?
Oh my God! What's he doing? Right now, if you're wondering, we're doing reactions on like...
Blossom says okay.
We're doing reactions on like creepiest, 30 creepiest things that was caught
Blossom
on...
says take your time.
Oh, thank you. Well, we're doing a reaction on 30 most creepiest things that was caught on CCTV cameras, like ghosts, missing people, a bunch of like spooky stuff. So...
I've never seen anything that looks like either of these figures before.
His dogs barked at these puzzling creatures as they passed by his home, but Jose only saw them after reviewing the footage. These beings baffled him as well as the investigators of the sci-fi docuseries Fact or Faked: Paranormal Files, who deemed the suspicious slacks unconfirmable.
You weren't able to prove the video was hoaxed, so I say this is unexplainable. Great job, guys.
While there are doubters who believe it's all a hoax, others think they're of alien origin. There has been speculation online that they're figures from Native American lore, but with little to support it. Number 19, a curious and creepy woman. Wandering aimlessly isn't very scary. Sometimes it helps us pass the time, focus on what's important, or relax. But this might not be one of those times. YouTuber Rainy Skylar found an unusual and uninvited guest on his property who seemed to be pacing around for around 10 minutes. The odd thing is that Skylar's home is in a mountainous region. It's quite far away from any busy roads, and he has no neighbors in his immediate vicinity. So why did this woman end up there? Rainy Skylar has uploaded footage of quite a few wild animals that have visited his property, from bears to mountain lions, but we're sure that this clip stood out from the rest. Number 18, a hotel ghost. Hotels have always been hotspots for supposed supernatural events, and this incident in the Wingate Hotel in Illinois fits the bill. The clip shows purported hotel employee John investigating some odd occurrences in room 209. No one had checked in, yet there were reports of screaming coming from that room. His hotel manager insists on waiting for the police to arrive before checking it out, but John ignores this advice and all the rules of horror films. What he finds is a completely wrecked room with ripped up carpets, a running shower, and upside-down furniture.
Oh yeah, and the girl passes through him. If you look closely, the ghost walks right through him. He doesn't even see it.
Hold on. It says the carpet's been ripped up and the shower is on, but nobody's in there.
Eagle-eyed viewers can see a terrible...
Yep, it's hard to see, but you can see it. It's hard to see, but you can see it. Hold on.
It's on.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on slow motion, because it moves pretty fast. Look at this. You're gonna see it as soon as it's like this little white film or something just walked past. It's like someone pulled on the opacity.
Eagle-eyed viewers can see a terrifying...
Sad Boy Crab says this makes me want to explore scary places.
I don't know. We did a video on that. We might even jump back to that. We did videos on that. People going to like scary places by themselves. I don't know how people do it. You gotta have balls of steel. I can't do that.
Leave the room. Do you think it was a screaming spectral vandal or just a hoax? Number 17, a giggling frenzy. We all love a good laugh, but this video does the opposite of tickling your funny bone. The footage you're watching is from a CCTV camera in an elevator, and it captures the complete meltdown of this unnamed woman.
Hey, Rochelle, what's going on?
It begins with an innocent giggle that goes under everyone's radar, but when she begins to laugh uncontrollably, you can feel the unease in that cramped elevator. As people shuffle in and out, you can see her visibly trying to contain her laughter to no avail. She starts to get dangerously delirious when she's finally alone, but manages to sort of keep it together in the end. This is a strange video indeed, but we just hope she's all right now. Number 16, driveway ghost. You know when you see something weird for a moment, but as soon as you look closely, it's gone? Luckily for Mr. Hernandez, his suspicions were confirmed after he took a look at what his home security cameras had caught. He had noticed something odd pass by his home while he and his family were enjoying their dinner.
My husband happened to look over right when I guess the image came up.
Brianna, his wife, didn't see it then, but after reviewing the footage, it sent shivers down her spine. The Hernandez family believes they witnessed a ghost and speculate that it could have been the spirit of someone who had passed away in the area.
It looks like a person in an otherworldly form. Their explanation?
That's crazy.
It's a ghost.
Critics, on the other hand, claim it was just a camera error or some trick with the lighting. Number 15, Garden City Ghost Car. Your mileage with ghost reports might vary, but how often do you hear about a ghost car? Officer Wayne Daniels from Garden City, Georgia was pursuing a perp who was zigzagging down a lane and managed to zip past him after taking a sharp turn.
Officer turns around, follows.
Now he's on the other side of the fence.
What? Wow.
He tried to follow the suspect's car, but he reached a dead end in the form of an intact chain link fence. The folks at Fact or Faked put this urban myth under the microscope and theorized that the car most probably managed to go under the fence and left it in one piece.
His final turn, he turns left. Fence goes up. Goes down. There's a fence.
Completely intact, not even moving.
Does this theory track with you, or does it need more gas? Number 14, face in the night. People who say my door is always open clearly haven't been visited by this individual. A Redditor named Fat and Depressed was in that exact situation after receiving numerous...
Bro. The Redditor's name is Fat and Depressed. The Redditor who brought this up is called Fat and Depressed.
Does it need more gas?
What the hell?
Number 14, face in the night. People who say my door is always open clearly haven't been visited by this individual. A Redditor named Fat and Depressed was in that exact situation after receiving numerous notifications from his smart home app over 3 days. They usually popped up in the middle of the night, and he assumed it was an animal or some prankster. Unfortunately, he was greeted by this ghastly-looking person. Fat and Depressed shared this image to the subreddit r/creepy and was promptly met with naysayers. They questioned its legitimacy, but after he shared screenshots of all the notifications he had received and gave them more information, he was advised to call the authorities. Number 13, Ohio Clown. At the height of 2016's creepy clown craze, a homeowner in Ohio was frightened by the chilling sight of this clown. The video was recorded using a Ring doorbell camera and was posted by them on their Facebook page. Instead of brandishing a balloon animal like the goofy and comical clowns we're used to, this one preferred a machete.
Yeah, if you had a
EMM Blossom says I am hungry.
If anyone had a phobia of clowns, That year was ooh. If you was in 2016 and you had a phobia of
EMM Blossom says IJ's got back from practice.
Oh, that's good. How's your leg feeling?
Apart from his worrisome weapon of choice, he also decided to take being horrid to another level by wearing a hazmat suit and waving at the homeowner's camera before scurrying away. Number 12, Red Box Fright. This is technically just a still and not a full video, but we're bending over backwards to add this one to our list just because it's so unsettling. Not much is known about this image other than the fact that the contorted customer featured here is somehow facing and not facing a red box, which is an automated retail kiosk that lets customers borrow DVDs, Blu-ray discs, video games, etc.
I can rent new movie releases for $1.75 a night and video game rentals for $3 at the kiosk.
We know that much, but we don't know for sure if this is legitimate or just another clever con to rile up the internet. Either way, it does fill us with a sense of dread in the most twisted way possible. Number 11, Chicago Creeper. Have you ever felt like someone was watching you? Jack McKercher and his girlfriend, Jordan Baranskis, didn't. So we're glad their security camera was on. The couple was petrified after going through the footage to settle an argument about a missing purse.
While they were knocked out, this man creeped in.
I like to think that he was watching the TV, not us. That's like slightly more comforting in this sort of disgusting circumstances.
They did find out where Jordan's purse had gone, but they found out something way worse. A man later named the Chicago Creeper or the Bucktown Burglar watched them as they watched some TV and later went to sleep.
The creepiest part about all of this, we didn't see someone breaking the home, taking something and leaving. We saw someone just lurking over us for over 10 minutes while we slept, just watching us sleep.
Then he slowly made his way around the house without waking them up or their dogs, and managed to leave with Jordan's purse in hand.
The capitals. Sorry about that.
Hold on while we double check if we locked everything.
Don't use too many capitals.
Number 10, Rocking Horse Poltergeist. Antique toys are creepy enough as is, but things get turned up a notch when they start moving by themselves. In 2017, in a store called Barnsley Antique Center, a rocking horse toy from the 1960s was flipped over onto the floor by something the camera couldn't capture.
Look, it's moving.
The owner, Daniel Parker, found the toy on the floor in the morning and later reviewed the footage to see how it got there. When things didn't add up, he even tried to recreate the incident by moving the toy in front of the camera, but it just didn't match. The store is a beacon for bizarre events, according to Parker, because before this, a cabinet in the store inexplicably exploded.
Bro, it just exploded.
Number 9, Deer Park CBS Ghost. If you study in Deer Park CBS School in Cork, Ireland, exams might not be the only thing you have to worry about. CCTV camera footage from the school went viral in 2017 after it showed lockers being shaken by no one, sheets of paper flying all over, and a plastic sign on the floor flipping over all by itself. Critics point out that the placement of the security camera, the fact that there are 2 cameras pointed at the same spot, the fact that this was uploaded close to Halloween, and so on, make it seem like one big bluff.
I'm curious why you need 2 cameras to film the same area. Even more curious, why is the other camera several feet higher than the one capturing the ghost?
The school's administration, however, disregards these accusations and has declared themselves one of Ireland's most haunted schools. Number 8, Lars Mitank's disappearance. In 2014, Lars Mitank was waiting at Varna Airport in Bulgaria for his flight home to Germany. Everything seemed fine until Lars stood up and bolted out of the airport, never to be seen again. It was reported that he shouted, "I don't want to die here. I have to get out of here," as he ran. While on vacation, he was involved in an altercation with some other German tourists in Varna. This left him with a damaged jaw and ruptured eardrum, which prevented him from being able to fly right then. Mitank was prescribed an antibiotic called Cefprozil, which experts say could have caused paranoia and hallucinations.
Some people are quick to blame the medicine prescribed to Lars by the physician on July 7th, just after Lars checked out of Hotel Viva with his friends.
Lars's mother still hopes that her son will return to her, and so do we.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I know this sounds kind of ridiculous on my behalf, and some of you may say I'm probably stupid for saying this, but like, if I have the ability to travel or go somewhere, I ain't going by myself.
Sad Boy Crab says head injury.
Thinking face emoji.
I am not going somewhere by myself, whether it's a different country or something like that. Like, I can understand you're going for a business trip.
EMM Blossom says real.
But never go by yourself. If you're going for like vacation or something like that, I remember my friend said to me he's going to Disney World, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Who you going with? He's like, I'm going by myself. I'm like, bro, you going to Disney World by yourself? He's like, yeah, I have the money and I have no one to go with, and X, Y, and Z. I'm like, bro, if you're gonna go to Disney World by yourself, I would do something that has nothing involving other people. I'll do something that has to do by myself, like playing video games, watching a movie. Not going to, like, it's like going to movies. I know some people go to movies by themselves, which is a little weird for me.
Sad Boy Crab says he's going to Disney.
Yeah, he's going to Disney, but by himself?
Sad Boy Crab says he.
That just sounds depressing to a degree. And I understand Disney's a great place, blah, 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 I get it. But, like, it just feels weird. Like, you're going to travel all the way to Disney just to go by yourself, to take pictures by yourself? You're not going to take someone with you? Or at least ask someone? Like, I know I couldn't go because I had my own issues, but like you couldn't ask anyone to take you. I mean, go with you. I'm pretty sure there's someone that's willing to go with you, or like you couldn't like hold on. Like, did you have like are these tickets only for a certain amount of time? You said no, he can go whenever he wants. I was like, okay, that's even more reason to find someone, because you have like he had like several tickets. It's not like he had one ticket. He had another ticket to bring someone. I would at least bring someone. I don't know. I wouldn't go by myself to go all the way to travel just to take pictures with a giant mouse and his dog. I'm just saying.
Number 7, Missy Beavers' murderer. In April 2016, Missy Beavers was killed by an unknown assailant at a dance studio in a church in Midlothian,
Sad Boy
Texas.
Crab says, oh,
Security
that's
cameras on the premises show a person wearing what resembles tactical police gear, the authenticity of which is unknown. There was also footage of a car driving slowly in a parking lot of a closed business nearby, which they suspect was the killer's.
And there was no time. There was no, because he said he knew someone there, so he got like special tickets so he can go at a certain amount of time. He doesn't have to. They're not gonna die off within a certain like. He had like.
Sad
6
Boy Crab
months
says I remember when this happened.
and stuff like that. It's kind of weird.
Stranger still, the police gear might have been used to lower people's guards since no alarms were rung. Sadly, Missy Beavers' murderer hasn't been identified yet, even after thousands of tips were sent to the police.
Federal, state, and local agencies poured over the tips and evidence, but none of it has panned out.
It is difficult to believe that 5 years later that we haven't made an arrest.
Number 6, Springfield clowns. Being a clown and doing weird stuff became a terrifying trend in 2016. But this string of encounters in the Springfield
neighborhood... Bro, a lot of things was happening in 2016. And I mean a lot of things was happening in 2016. And no one liked it. Just saying.
Neighborhood in Jacksonville, Florida can be traced all the way back to 2014. These goofy, masked individuals would frequent people's porches and front doors and spook the owners when they reviewed the footage the following morning. Eventually, these clips were shared, and it wasn't long before news stations started broadcasting them.
No one really knows why it's happening. One theory is the remake of It, based on Stephen King's book.
Most people believed these were just pranks, but no one ever confirmed anything. Were they all pranks, or were the clowns out to spread carnival-themed chaos? Number 5, Adam Ellis haunting. Dear David. You might be familiar with Adam Ellis's work as a writer and illustrator. Or you might have been spooked beyond measure by his series of tweets recounting his interactions with the spirit of a boy named Dear David. Ellis apparently sometimes suffers from sleep paralysis, which is where one can't talk or move while waking up or falling asleep. So when he began tweeting about seeing a boy with a misshapen head in his home, many would have thought that it was a hallucination. Except, video captured his cat behaving very oddly, like something invisible is bothering it. What seals the deal is the set of images Ellis took using his phone of Dear David himself. Number 4, Ring hacker. A parent's worst nightmare came to life as a hacker managed to infiltrate a family's Ring security system and interact with their 8-year-old daughter Alyssa while she was in her bedroom. This horrific ordeal was caught on camera, but the perpetrator has not been identified. In the video, you can see Alyssa approach the camera as she sees the blinking light and gets startled by the stranger's voice. The person greets her and then uses a racial slur before asking her to say it along with him.
This morning, the LeMay family's still on edge after the device that was supposed to make
You're
them
a hacker and a racist? That's crazy.
feel safe.
It's crazy
did
work.
anything but.
He then tells her to smash her TV and that she can trust him. Poor Alyssa was left understandably shocked by the incident. Number 3, mysterious attack. Here's another alleged ghost attack, but unlike our previous entries, this one appears to be far more violent. Although we don't know many details about the video, what we can say is that it is definitely disturbing. The woman in the video is distressed and seems to be running away from someone or something that the security camera seems unable to pick up. All of the furniture in the room gets thrown wildly, which prompts her to make a break for it. But something stops her and causes her to lose consciousness. Since the details are scant, the credibility of the clip is a mystery too. Number 2, the Erickson twins. This upsetting event took place in 2008 and managed to be filmed by CCTV cameras across the busy M6 motorway in the UK and by the film crew of the TV show Motorway Cops. Swedish twins Ursula and Sabina Eriksson were running into traffic to the horror of everyone around them.
You can't believe that two people have just done that in front of you.
Ursula broke both her legs while Sabina was found unconscious. She woke up while the emergency services were treating both of them and assaulted an officer.
She then started to spit at me, to claw, and literally to try and fight me.
While Ursula was still recovering from her wounds, her sister was released from custody. A short time afterwards, Sabina murdered a man named Glenn Hollinshead and attempted to flee, but she was arrested. Her defense counsel claimed that the twins had suffered from a form of shared psychosis. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications. Number 1, Elisa Lam elevator footage. In February...
Oh yes! She looked like she was hiding from something or someone or a ghost or something. And then they found her body in the water tower or something like that.
2013, footage of Chinese-Canadian tourist Elisa Lam's last moments went viral. Captured by a surveillance camera in an elevator of the Stay on Main Hotel in Los Angeles, it was released by the LAPD after her body was found in the rooftop cistern.
You can see officials surrounding a water tank. This morning, someone complained about the water pressure at the hotel. When a worker went to investigate, he found the body inside.
It shows Lam apparently hiding in the elevator, pressing all the buttons, and making unusual gestures. There have been contested claims from people online that the footage was edited before release. The coroner concluded that her bipolar disorder was a contributing factor in her death, and there is speculation that she was experiencing a psychotic episode, perhaps related to under-medicating. But we'll never know for sure what was going on in her mind or what precipitated her behavior. Do you think you have the answers? Let us know in the comments below.
I can't think of a case in recent history that has so many potential outcomes.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Ooh, this one's interesting. Movies that change shot. 3 lightning from horrors that disturbed me. Horror games that will punch you for doing the right thing.
Sad Boy Crab says Mona Kimura.
Well, the wrestler? Did you send me a video on that?
Weenies Beanies said we perspective.
Oh. Yeah, we're doing perspective real quick. Let me see. Document air fate. Nah, not that one.
Sad Boy Crab says, did you see here? I forgot her answer.
Did you see here? I got your answer. Let me see. What did I say? Did I say anything to it? Hold on.
Sad Boy Crab says her.
Crab said her.
I know I'm gonna regret this.
Skits. Biggest flexes and Transformers. 10 hated musicians who think casted choices forever. Top 10 most watched videos, shows August. YouTubers who thought they could be actors. Okay, let's.
I know I'm gonna regret this. But let's do it!
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the most famous YouTubers who attempted to make a career as a mainstream actor, but for one reason or another, it didn't work out, so they had to pivot.
You can't say you didn't feel anything.
Number 10, Colleen Ballinger. After taking the internet by storm with her character Miranda Sings, Ballinger became one of the earliest stars to transition from YouTube with her character into the mainstream industry.
Miranda,
Yes.
it's so great to have you back here on the show.
I know, stop hitting on me.
I didn't mind hitting on you, just said it's great to have you back on the show.
I know what that means.
With her history in acting and performing, she should have had a long, stable career. However, when Ballinger's TV series, Haters Back Off, dropped on Netflix, viewers, especially those not familiar with Sings, didn't like its cringy humor and awkward acting.
Someone else said, keep trying. And I will. Yeah? Yeah, I get that.
Despite the show being cancelled, Ballinger still had a mainstream career, as she cameoed in 2018's Ralph Breaks the Internet. However, that security vanished in the wake of allegations of her misconduct with minors in 2020, and again in 2023, with the final nail being—
Sad Boy Crab says I sent it.
Okay, I'll look after this, but like, Jesus, what is with YouTubers and children? Can we stop this? Can we stop this, please?
Ballinger's bizarre, half apology, half defense ukulele video.
All aboard the toxic god.
This is the most Steven Universe-esque thing I've ever seen.
Messina said perspective exclamation mark at.
Jesus Christ, this is the most Steven Universe thing I've ever
Messina
seen.
said 2 point.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're doing 2-point perspective.
Sad Boy Crab says it's a fight.
Number
so
9,
IDK if
Ryland
you can show
Adams.
it.
Long before he
that
began
might
publishing his
not
own YouTube
pass.
videos and becoming a power
it's a
couple on
fight
the
because
platform alongside
TikTok's
Shane
a pussy,
Dawson,
so
Adams had aspirations to be an actor.
We have made it to the Century City Mall, and what are you doing?
After changing his name from Ryan Adams, as many performers had that name, he relocated to Los Angeles, California to break into Hollywood.
I had never taken an acting class, but I had headshots, and I thought I was going to make it big. But after about 150 auditions and booking nothing, I realized that I was probably just pretty bad.
Adams secured some film gigs, including a minor role in 2011's 3 Times a Charm. However, the production was panned by the audience. Adams later took part in the YouTube channel Lark Lark Who's There, which created strange, cringy sketches that gained little attention. With this experience, he developed his own channel, gaining fame from parodying stars before turning to vlogging.
I've got to have my little candy pick-me-up or I get hangry. She keeps acting like if she doesn't have sugar, she'll have a meltdown.
Number 8, Louis Cruikshank. In 2006, Cruikshank debuted the high-pitched character of Fred Figglehorn. Within 3 years, he was the biggest thing on the platform.
Hey, it's Fred! And it's really nice out, so I think I'm gonna go swimming later.
This led Cruikshank to reprise the character and act in other roles on several Nickelodeon shows, such as iCarly. Yet, the high point was 2010's Fred the Movie. However, away from the fans Fred already had, the reviews were brutal.
Oh my god, that was almost so embarrassing!
Regardless, Cruikshank had 2 other TV films in his iconic role in 2011 and 2012, as well as the TV program Fred the Show. Yet, after this, Cruikshank essentially retired Fred, beyond a couple of brief returns over the years to avoid being typecast. However, he hasn't been in a big production since one episode of the TV show Monsters vs. Aliens in 2013.
I know it all, literally.
Number 7, Jake Paul. After growing to fame on Vine, Paul shifted to YouTube, increasing his brand even further as he vlogged about his life and did practical jokes.
If you're new here, I'm Jake Paul, and it is lit every single day, bro.
This led to Disney casting him in Bizaardvark as Dirk, an influencer who does dares. However, in 2017, Paul was suddenly fired. This was due to him causing too much negative controversy with his channel's content and parties causing havoc for his neighbors.
Followers from around the world filled
the street, chanting and screaming. They take up parking and leave graffiti on the walls.
However, Paul took it in stride and stated he'd outgrown the House of Mouse and was looking for more mature roles. Yet, that didn't really happen. Beyond playing versions of himself in a couple of productions and writing 2019's Airplane Mode with his brother Logan, Paul hadn't had any major roles since.
You have a weird sense of humor.
Number 6. Addison Rae. In TikTok's infancy, Rae became one of its first breakout stars as her dances took it by storm.
Now from the top, make it drop, that's a wet, now get a bucket and a mop.
After making a name for herself as a musician, she created a YouTube channel that focuses on her songs. With her ever-increasing fame, Rae took the plunge into acting. Firstly, she was cast as one of the leads in 2021's He's All That, a remake of 1999's She's All That.
Wow, you make it sound so easy. You don't think I can do it? No, but I do think it'll be fun watching you try. A bet. Not just a bet, the bet.
Wow, she gotten big. Wow, I remember when she was just a kid on that one show. What was it called? Damn.
Sounds so easy.
How is she now?
You don't think I can do it? No.
Oh my god, she grew up. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Man, she grew up. I didn't know she was still acting anymore.
Sad Boy Crab says grew up.
Said grew up eyes emoji.
Yeah, she did. I forgot her name. What was that? What's her name? Fuck. Tooth Fairy movie. There she is. Wait, this. Wait, is it Tooth Fairy? Tess? Tess? What? I thought... No way she played... No, it was a different girl. I forgot her name. But I do remember her.
Ooh, but I do think it'll be fun watching you try. A bet. Not just a bet, the bet.
However, the shortage of chemistry with co-star Tanner Buchanan and Rae's lack of presence and experience on the big screen were seen as big issues. Rae followed this with 2023's horror flick, Thanksgiving. Yet, once again, reviewers pinpointed the TikToker's weak acting abilities as a substantial problem in maintaining a long-term career in the industry.
It was like Waffle House level cringe. It was bad.
Number 5. KSI. After joining YouTube in 2009 as a content creator, KSI rose up the ranks of the platform, becoming one of the most influential people on it.
Yo, what's up? It's your boy KSI, and I'm here with Gideon. What's good? Guy!
Yet, in 2016, looking to break into the mainstream, KSI signed up to star in Laid in America, alongside fellow YouTuber Casper Lee. However, rather than make him a force to be reckoned with in acting, the project tanked KSI's performing career before it took off.
Okay, well, see you, bro.
Not helped by the film itself being panned by the audience, so was the YouTuber for essentially not acting and seemingly playing himself as Duncan. As a result, KSI hasn't been in another film since, beyond a couple of shorts.
I will see you guys in a bit. Thank you guys so much. You guys have been awesome.
Number 4. Stephen Hu. Trying to make a name as an actor is incredibly difficult.
My mom had always told me, it's not going to work out, you're not going to become an actor.
Not many know this better than Hu. The influencer has stated publicly that by the time the pandemic took effect in 2020, he'd been rejected from around 3,100 acting jobs. Most of those gigs never got back to him for an audition, as he struggled to pay his rent.
I never made 1 month's rent. The most a theater job paid me was like $300, $350.
So, he took the drastic decision to change directions and became a content creator. Backed up with his own writing and production know-how, Hu began creating skits, which really took off in 2021, when his phrase, emotional damage, went viral with all the memes.
Finally, some action.
Steven, when you get so fat.
Since then, Hu has taken a few acting jobs, but seems content in controlling his own narrative on social media. Number 3. Lily Singh. Formerly known as Superwoman, Singh began creating skits on YouTube in 2010. Her content soon took off, turning her into one of the platform's biggest names. This led to plenty of collaborations with mainstream stars.
She is annoying. She's that small? Oh my god, I didn't know Zendaya was that big, but like... She is annoying. She likes to let people know about her sexuality all the time. Oh, she's a woman of color.
Sad Boy Crab says I remember her. She fell off.
She fell off because she kept on making the same type of jokes, going after white people, constantly bringing up her sexuality, and also she being a person of color. Oh, and she's a woman too. She keeps reminding you that she's a woman of color who is bisexual, And if you don't acknowledge that, you are some type of racist, even if you're a minority.
Including Zendaya and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. In 2019, her talk show, A Little Late with Lily Singh, debuted. While there was praise for her work, there was criticism for Singh acting in sketches.
Sorry, what? I'm agreeing with you. Oh, you're agreeing with me?
Some critics felt it was more like watching her early YouTube work, rather than a big, modern production. In 2024, Singh then starred in Doin' It. Unfortunately, on top of the film receiving bad reviews, her performance didn't go down too well, as it was described as awkward.
This film pushed me out of my comfort zone in so many ways. The people involved, the producers, the other cast members.
Number 2, Shane Dawson. In his heyday, Dawson was one of the top dogs of YouTube. After making his channel in 2008, he soon began dipping his toe in the acting world.
Sad Boy Crab says Zendaya is 5'10".
Party?
Nobody will say.
Oh. Oh, I guess it is, right?
I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's the anonymous party.
In one of his biggest early works, Dawson appeared in 2012's Smiley, which, while he received some praise, the film was heavily criticized. Dawson was looking at writing and directing productions, as well as acting. As such, he created 2014's Not Cool.
Oh, wow, because obviously she must be in a weird mental place to dump you, Mr. Perfect, with the amazing hair.
Sad Boy Crab says she's taller than Tom, I believe.
Oh my god, you know you're attractive, it's annoying.
Wow, amazing hair and I'm attractive?
With him as a focal point of the project, there was no escape for Dawson from critics taking shots at it. The LA Times took no prisoners by calling it an insult to the craft of filmmaking, storytelling, and entertainment in almost every way. As such, it's no surprise Dawson hasn't done much acting since.
When we watched Shane's movie yesterday, I was depressed for a couple of hours at least. I found it deeply offensive. I'm angry, actually. I'm angry.
Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications.
Number 1, Logan Paul. With his massive fan base, Paul began starring in films in 2016 with YouTube Premium's The Thinning.
Well, that's the last time.
Sad Boy Crab says Tom is 5'7".
Despite the production getting negative reviews, Paul continued carving out a slice of an acting career with more productions. However, the 2018 sequel, The Thinning New World Order, brought him a lot of criticism for his acting. It didn't help that several months before its release, Paul had found himself in controversy with filming a deceased person in Japan's Akigahara forest.
Things obviously changed pretty drastically.
This caused several productions he was involved in to be halted or canceled. One affected was 2019's Airplane Mode, which he co-wrote. He was later sued by production company Plainless Pictures for Paul's Japan scandal for causing the film to lose money, which was settled in 2024.
I know it's cheesy, but...
Which YouTuber has had the most successful acting career in your opinion? Let us know below.
Your team is like a... how'd you say that? A heated mess.
A heated mess.
We can pick
All right, so this one from Watch Mojo is the top 50 exact moments that killed TV shows. Like the moment it happened, the TV show died. Still going probably, but it's never was the same again.
Which one of you gets the honor?
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the specific scenes or episodes that spell doom for our favorite TV programs. Beware, major spoilers lie ahead.
And who has a better story?
Yeah, you're right. How can
Wait, was Brand he live streaming it?
Was he live streaming it? No, he recorded
Number
it, right?
50, A's Identity, Pretty Little Liars. In the world of television, good things do not always come to those who wait. After 7 long seasons of misdirects, dead ends, and red herrings, A's real identity is Spencer's evil twin sister.
Says he recorded
I don't even know what question to ask first. Who are you?
Yeah, that's stupid. That was dumb.
Really? How hard did Mona hit you?
Seriously. It sounds like a bad joke, but sadly, the end of Pretty Little Liars is no laughing matter. The evil twin twist is at the very bottom of the trope list for a reason. And this one's literally British to boot. While it's admirable the show made it to the finale before completely abandoning logic, the destination is so incredibly awful, it makes you wonder whether the journey was even worth it.
Don't worry about it. I'll figure it out.
Number 49, The Revival, Arrested Development. It's every fan's dream to have Netflix swoop in and revive their favorite show for another season. Sadly, those who tuned in for the Hail Mary 4th season of Arrested Development were left majorly wanting.
Michael, do you have something for me?
Does bad news count?
There's that Bluth wit.
Due to the cast's rising profile, the series struggled getting all the Bluths in the same room. Their solution? Scatter them to the wind. For a show once defined by its ensemble, isolating every character to their own story arc was an irrevocable mistake. Season 5 was a slight improvement, but by then,
Sad
the
Boy
pep
Crab
was already
says
out of the
Happy Gilmore
Bluth's
2
step.
on here.
As sad as it is to admit, Arrested Development should have just ended with Season 3.
Let's say we give them no choice but to keep themselves all together for a while.
Number 48, Arturo's Death, Sliders. This show ran the gamut of behind-the-scenes issues. We're talking creative arm wrestles, network changes, cast shakeups, and more. But it all began with actor John Rhys Davis.
Oh, Marty. It'll all sort itself out in a few days when we're home.
Disappointed with the direction of the show, he asked to be written out, putting fan favorite Maximilian Arturo 6 feet deep in the process. It set a precedent that opened the floodgates for more cast departures. Only one original actor stayed with the series to its conclusion. You can imagine how difficult it was to write a satisfying story when characters were dropping like flies. So even with slider technology, there's no alternate reality where Arturo's death doesn't completely ruin the show.
Goodbye, Professor. I could have missed the hell out of you.
Number 47, Wes is the Body. How to Get Away with Murder. Who killed
Sad
Sam?
Boy Crab
Who
says,
shot
"Loki,
Annalise?
why is he hot?"
Who's under the sheet? As it turns out, they were all the exact same answer. Wes.
Everything okay?
Trent's gone. What does that mean? That's what I said.
Gone can mean a lot of things.
Whether intentional or not, everything revolved around him. So when his dead body appeared halfway through the 3rd season, How to Get Away with Murder found itself without a grounding presence. Sure, there were still plenty of the crazy mysteries and jaw-dropping reveals fans had come to expect, but without Wes there to acknowledge the absurdity, the show felt less like a legal thriller and more like a messy farce.
Who is it?
It's Wes.
Clearly, this is one murder even Annalise Keating couldn't fully get away with. Number 46, Archie Pleads Guilty, Riverdale. Say what you will about its wild plotting, but once upon a time, Riverdale was a pretty solid teen drama with relatable struggles.
Solid. I know this because the girlfriend forced me to watch it. I was not for it because I was like, I don't know, I'm not really familiar with the Archie series. I knew it was a comic book at one point. It was a cartoon, kind of, sort of. I think I even had a TV show at one point, a long time ago. Long time ago. But I was like, not really a thing. I kind of look at it like Scooby-Doo, kind of, sort of. But Archie comics are kind of weird. They're kind of up and down. They come extremely mystery to comedy and something like that. It's kind of just how you feel at the moment when it comes to Archie comics and stuff like that. But the show was a mystery show, and it went off the rails completely being supernatural. When I mean mystery, I mean like it was about literal like murders and, conspiracies to a degree, in small town type stuff, right? Then it just went directly off the rails as soon as I think season 3 or 4 went through, and they went with supernatural stuff from Sabrina, and I know Sabrina's in the universe, I get it, but then again, it's like, no, that was not needed, and then it was like this whole supernatural fight between good and evil and heaven and hell type nonsense. I was like, what is this? What is this, bro? This is supposed to be like Scooby-Doo grounded without the talking dog. No, it was something completely off the rails.
And cozy mysteries.
Maybe you spent most of June, July, August in a courtroom, supporting our pal, Archie Andrews, who was on trial for a murder he didn't commit, despite the DA's closing arguments.
Then it fell off a cliff.
Yep.
In what can only be described as a truly baffling writing decision, Archie ends up trading high school for a prison cell. Never mind he had a hung jury and was falsely accused. By leaving the classroom behind, Riverdale abandoned any pretenses it was staying on the rails.
Your Honor, I accept the deal.
Son, just so I have it straight,
in my honest opinion, what went out the window was 2 things. Not only because they went down supernatural, that's like at that end point. It went stupid when they did that whole Game Master thing, where they was doing like the Dungeons and Dragons type thing, which was a total jingle jangle of the balls that was so blue for fans to watch, because they were squeezing the blue balls of us trying to figure out what the hell was this whole thing about. And then when we finally got to the end of it, it was so lackluster, they should have ended the show on that note. But nope, they went more further and did that whole Jughead being a super genius type thing where he can write really well and he's a good writer and a bunch of nonsense, and there's a death conspiracy theory about his grandfather and a lot of nonsense. And then they went down some type of insane nonsense with Cheryl about she being an ancestor of a witch from way back when who happens to be lesbian. Very strange. They just happen. Is all witches just lesbian at this point? Like Star Wars, Marvel, is every witch that's ever presented in the 21st century after 2014 just lesbian all of a sudden? like there's no street witches? Like, are you serious to me? Like, look at every major production that has witches involved. Video game wise, movie wise. And they're always lesbian. Not saying that there isn't. I'm just saying they're all, like, come on, bro. Like, you're called the devil's concubine for a reason to a degree. But, like, okay, we're gonna play that game. All right.
It's legally within your rights. You're ignoring the advice of your counsel, your own mother.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm guilty.
While you can almost respect how bonkers it all is, what
Sad
fans
Boy
were
Crab
really
says
left
him the
with
Hex
was a
Girls
show
from
completely
Scooby-Doo.
unrecognizable from.
Remember, I said after 2014. Before 2020, those was some hot. Everyone wanted the witches. The Hex Girls from Scooby-Doo, everyone wanted them.
What it used to be. Number
Sad Boy
45,
Crab says
Scrappy-Doo. Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo. With a
Sad Boy
looming
Crab
threat
says
of cancellation and an audience that was growing weary of the whole let's split up routine, Scooby-Doo had no choice but to take drastic measures, aka introduce what might be the most annoying animated character ever created, Scrappy-Doo.
Oh boy, New York, my old neighborhood, my old gang.
Old gang?
And I can't wait for them to meet my Uncle Scooby.
Oh, he rubs me.
He is unlikable, headstrong, juvenile, narcissistic, and left such a bad taste in everyone's mouth, even the live-action movie had to bring it up. Even
what
worse...
I never really understood about the Scooby-Doo talking dog thing is that his whole nephew can speak straight English. No one ever asked that question. He not only can speak straight up English, but the bro can walk on two hind legs. He doesn't even walk like a dog. He walks like a pure human, wants to fight people, and speaks straight English. It sounds like Gen Z to me. It sounds like Gen Z, Gen Alpha to me. My God, what? It doesn't make any sense. Like Scrappy-Doo was the YN for back in those days. That was the YN back in those days. Jesus Christ.
The show made room for Scrappy by pushing Fred, Daphne, and Velma to the sidelines before writing them out of the show entirely. Suffice it to say, this was not the Scooby-Doo people wanted, needed, or deserved.
Scrappy-Dappy-Doo!
And Scooby-Dooby-Doo too.
Number 44, Graduation, Glee. As every great teen drama knows, there always comes a point of no return, the dreaded graduation day.
This week's assignment is easy. Graduation is just a few days away. There's nothing left to prepare for. Our work here is done.
Didn't they say they're bringing back this show? I'm so certain they said they was bringing back, like, this is Glee? Isn't they bringing this back?
So there's only one thing left to do. Say goodbye.
Glee is a prime example of how it can all go wrong. Instead of boldly following the original cast in their post-high school life, the musical split its screen time between them and a new crop of thinly developed knockoffs. Now, to be fair, Glee's vocals had gone pitchy long before the season 3 finale, but completely pivoting away from so many beloved characters left a hole in its harmonies the show never managed to truly fill. For all intents and purposes, Graduation Day was Glee's final bow. Number 43, Michael's Death, Jane the Virgin. Even in a show inspired by zany telenovelas, killing off 1/3 of the series' central love triangle is simply one step too far.
Your husband's death was ultimately the result of his gunshot wound. Blood pressure spiked to his aortic dissection. We're so sorry.
Don't get us wrong, Michael's death was a bold creative swing that's handled with all the care it deserves. But as a result, Jane the Virgin went from sunny, soapy, and sexy to meditative, mopey, and muddled. The lack of romantic tension dragged down a lot of the storylines that followed. It got so bad, Jane the Virgin went so far as to retcon Michael's death entirely.
Surprise!
At that point, though, both Jane and the show's viewers had already moved on to something else. Number 42, Tyler's Assault, 13 Reasons Why. Following a controversial first season accused of glorifying its delicate subject matter, 13 Reasons Why doubled down on trend-worthy moments for its sophomore run.
Hold on. My phone got hot, I think. I'm gonna switch over to... Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can... Wait, hold on. I'm gonna fix it real quick. The phone.
Sad Boy Crab says seems he's paused.
No, the phone got hot. I don't know what happened. It just kind of cut off. So I'm trying to see if I can get it back on. If I can't get it back on, I'll just use the desktop. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Sad Boy Crab says at Brightro Close as he paused for you too.
The battery died. Oh, okay. I'll switch it over to... Hold on. That's crazy.
Better?
Okay, I'm gonna switch it over to... 1 second, guys. I'll fix it.
Mono said, "Teacher, I'm going to sleep now."
All right.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Mike has said night, Mono.
Oh no, this one. It's the other one. Okay. Okay, now it's working. That was annoying. All right.
Or in this case, for worse. This time, there were no grander themes to disguise the reality of what Monty did to Tyler in that bathroom.
I'm sorry about everything.
Instead, it felt like shock value for the sake of shock value. Just like that, 13 Reasons Why had finally crossed the line between starting a conversation and pure, simple exploitation. And no matter how hard the next 2 seasons tried, the Netflix show never could find its way back to the other side.
I mean, you don't want to do this. I know you don't.
Number 41, Bellamy's Death, The 100. Amid all the sci-fi drama, you could always count on Clark to lead with brains and Bellamy to bring the emotion.
The entire city is the battlefield.
No time limit, no guns. One warrior from each clan fights until only one remains.
And the winner's clan takes the bunker. Just like that.
The 100 mined their compelling dynamic for years of excellent morally gray storylines, only to flush it all down the drain when the finish line was in sight. With 4 episodes left to go, Bellamy's character makes a nonsensical 180, forcing Clark to put him down for good. Shippers across the internet lost their collective minds.
It's how we do better. This is the only way. I'm sorry.
Not only because the 100 treated its leading couple with such little respect, but also because this moment single-handedly ruined everything the show had built up across its 7-year run. Number 40, one-course meal, SpongeBob SquarePants. When Mr. Krabs discovers Plankton's phobia of whales, the money-hungry mongrel dresses up as his daughter to push his nemesis to the brink.
I can't risk stepping into the light. The whale might see me.
And even though this is supposed to be a children's show about a happy-go-lucky sponge, he succeeds. By the episode's end, Plankton tries to end it all just to put a stop to his suffering. But surely that's dealt with gently, right? Or at least played off with some black humor? The answer is no and no. Rather, the whole episode is a mean-spirited exercise in how not to write a good episode of television.
You mean this entire time it's been Krabs masquerading as a whale? Why, the conniving bottom feeder!
Longtime fans reacted so poorly, many consider this the specific moment SpongeBob's glory days ended. Number 39, Matthew and
serious?
Sybil's deaths. Downton Abbey.
Wow.
It's hard for any show to deal with the loss of a major character, and Downton Abbey had to do it not just once, but twice in the exact same season. Poor Sybil died shortly after childbirth in a scene that reaches Shakespearean levels of tragedy.
Somebody do something. The human life is unpredictable.
Then, in that year's Christmas special, Matthew met his own end driving from the hospital where his wife had just given birth. The 1-2 punch of losing both Matthew and Sybil, especially given the heart-wrenching circumstances, proved too much for Downton Abbey to overcome.
We don't always get our just desserts.
Without Matthew's romantic spark or Sybil's political sass, the Yorkshire country estate was never quite the same again. Number 38, The Great Gazoo, The Flintstones. Halfway through their final season, the Flintstone family got a very special extraterrestrial visitor, and he did not come in peace.
I am the Great Gazoo, and I thank you for rescuing me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Every time Gazoo came on stream, on live, it just wasn't the same. It was a horrible thing.
Hey, Fred, do you see what I see?
I see it, but I don't believe it.
Instead, the Great Gazoo crash-landed right into the show's world building. While no one ever expected the Hanna-Barbera cartoon to be historically accurate, throwing in an actual alien ruined the best thing about the Flintstones. That Fred, Wilma, Barney, and Betty were just normal people dealing with normal people's issues, albeit with the occasional dinosaur. The Great Gazoo shifted the series' fundamental sense of humor into a weirder, more off-kilter direction that no one was happy with.
The last person we need in our lives is the Great Gazoo.
You call, gentlemen?
Well, no, not really.
So next time you want to throw aliens into the Flintstones, yabba dabba don't. Number 37, Broken Heart, Homeland. Despite her astute professionalism, Carrie Matheson couldn't protect the country from the greatest threat of all.
So the Attorney General's ready to honor our agreement with you, but as we discussed, there are a few things we'll need to do first.
No, not foreign enemies. We're talking about bad writing. Specifically in the episode Broken Heart, which follows an Al-Qaeda extremist as he hacks into the vice president's pacemaker over Wi-Fi. We aren't joking. Once a gritty Emmy winner representative of TV at its absolute best, this preposterous episode began Homeland's steep decline into embarrassment. Somehow, the show's plot lines only grew more and more ludicrous with each passing season, until the whole thing felt like an unintentional comedy.
I don't think so.
If you want our advice, treat Broken Heart like the end of Homeland. It'll save you a lot of headaches. Number 36, Love Quinn's Death, You. There aren't many people out there who can match Joe Goldberg tit for tat. And that's exactly what made
this was wild.
Love Quinn such a brilliant addition to the series.
You know why this is happening? Because while I was
I did not know that either. I did not know that myself. So that's why it went ridiculous.
Really seeing you You were busy gazing at a goddamn fantasy.
And also why her death was such a step backwards. It seemed like Yu had finally found a way to make romance interesting again. While they were both obsessive killers who tried to murder each other, their tense relationship was exactly what the show needed to stay fresh. But when Joe turned the tables and buried his love, pun intended, Yu effectively restarted from square one.
I had to finally stop you.
We're perfect for each other.
Without Joe's girlfriend or his rival, everything that followed had a major sense of been there, done that. Number 35, Brian's death. Family Guy. 12 seasons in.
That would have been more believable.
Those good old family values needed something fresh to keep them engaging.
You know, we should take this home and set it up, get some fresh air, get some exercise. And I suppose I could use a new hobby now that the time machine is gone. You sure you're not going to miss that thing? I was getting bored of it anyway.
So, Family Guy killed off Brian. Almost immediately, petitions were signed, tweets were written, and the show generated more headlines than it had in years. But a measly 2 episodes later, Stewie went back in time to save Brian, rendering the whole situation moot.
Brian, look out! What the hell? You're alive, my friend! What? Of course I'm alive. What the hell's going on here?
Fans were quick to point out the charade was a cheap attempt at creating buzz, and while it worked in the short term, it had the opposite effect on long-term supporters. Many felt that if Family Guy needed to cheat its way to an emotional reaction, it was already past the point of saving. Number 34, Joey and Rachel's romance. Friends. What happens in Barbados stays in Barbados.
I never watched this show, and I never watched Friends. I know that sounds like a carnal sin for me who came from the 90s and grew up in the early 2000s and stuff, but just did not have the time, and I don't think I ever will.
Unless you're Joey and Rachel, whose head-scratching romance somehow spilled over into the next season. Look, Friends is a cultural touchstone for good reason, but even its most ardent defenders will agree this fling is just plain bad. It's telling that it only lasted a few episodes before both the couple and the writers realized they're better off as, well, friends.
Well, how come Monica and Chandler could do it?
I guess they weren't as good friends as we
So
are.
I saw it like a girl's show when I was little.
Me too. My cousin used to watch this show when I was young too, and I thought it was just a girl show myself. I actually was under that impression. I think a lot of boys did this, but it was with whether it was a girl their same age, a babysitter, or a cousin, or a sister, older or even younger. If they watch a specific show that they will watch, you knew it was not for you, because it was not anything that was like explosions, video games, something to that extent. You just didn't care for it, or show. Or if it had like a sci-fi element or anything that had like beyond the normal set of life, you didn't watch it. You could call it a girl show. You just
Joshua said Jesus loves you. Seek him.
Or so like that.
I bet you're right.
Even though it faded out just as quickly as it began, Joey and Rachel's situationship reeked of a show that was running out of ideas. It's a good thing this was Friends last season, but that's all we're saying. Number 33, Mark Green's death. ER. Cook County General Hospital is no stranger to high-profile cast departures. That's the reality when it comes to a long-running show like ER.
What are we supposed to do?
I don't know. Swim?
At least you're honest.
Walk on the beach?
Look, listen. At least you're honest. So Quinn said, "Love Friends. I watched it because a girl I liked, and it's only I got from it was only the relationship I got from that. That was crazy. That's kind of nice."
And yet no surgery in the world could patch up the damage Mark Green left behind. As one of the very last original cast members to leave the show, Dr. Green's death signaled the end of ER's first chapter. It seemed like the show knew it too, and ensured he went out with an emotional sucker punch of an episode.
Be generous with your time, with your love, with your life.
The ensuing seasons aren't awful by any stretch of the word. But still, it's safe to say that whenever people think of ER, it's Mark Green that comes to mind. Number 32, Skinner the Imposter, The Simpsons. Across hundreds of episodes and counting, you're bound to find a few stinkers here and there. But it's rare to find a moment so universally despised, its stench taints the entire series.
It's true, I'm an imposter. That man is the real Seymour Skinner.
A moment like the end of The Principal and the Pauper. There, the Simpsons discover that Principal Skinner, a character who has been a staple in Springfield since the very first season, was an imposter all along. Fans were outraged to see such a long-standing recurring player tossed aside as a throwaway gag.
But I'm a hero! And we salute you for it. Now don't come back.
I'm sorry, Seymour. It's nice you're alive, but you're just not what I'm looking for in a son.
So much so, many hardcore Simpsons viewers consider this episode a massive change in direction for the series. And not in a good way. Number 31, Fonzie jumps the shark. Happy Days. You know the phrase jumping the shark? It's a term used to describe a moment so absurd or over the top, there's no hope the show will ever come back from it. In a literal sense, it comes from this scene in Happy Days. You wouldn't know from looking at it, but this used to be a mindful family comedy about making a life in the 50s. But sagging ratings forced the team to refocus on the wackadoo Fonzie instead.
Yeah, you did the challenge. Yeah. But what did you really win? Oh, come on, Red. How often does a guy like me get the bump off a guy like that?
Rather than preach good morals,
wearing a dress shirt, and after that I bought like 3 more but in different colors and rolled up my sleeves.
Damn, bro. See the power of what a woman's opinion can do to you when you like them? It's crazy. Gonna go smoke, have fun, homie. Yeah, later, Quins. I appreciate it, my dude. Thank you.
Fonzie, well, he jumps over sharks. This moment wasn't just the beginning of the end for Happy Days, it was the end. Full stop. Number 30, April Nardini, Gilmore Girls. This classic comedy drama had a pretty solid run. It would have been darn near perfect if it wasn't for the introduction of Luke's long-lost daughter, April.
I'm sorry, did you say your father?
Yes, these science fairs have gotten so political lately.
Storylines like long-lost kids are usually heralds for disaster, and that is certainly the case here. Not only was April herself pretty bland, maybe even a little irritating at times, but she introduced an absurd element of soap opera into an otherwise cozy show.
Did your mom explain that this isn't necessarily a one-time thing? I was thinking maybe we could make it semi-regular or even just, regular.
Okay.
Good.
She completely upended the status quo and seemed like nothing but a plot device to stir things up. Drama for the sake of drama, in other words. April didn't fit, and she kinda ruined everything. Number 29, Artextric burns down. Weeds. Sort of a funnier Breaking Bad, Weeds chronicles the illegal activities of Nancy Botwin, a typical suburban soccer mom who turns to weed dealing after her husband dies.
Give me a little respect. I'm the biggest game in the private community of Artextric. Drugs sell themselves, biscuit. You ain't
The show was a critical success for its first 3 seasons, when the town of Artextric was still, a town. In the 3rd season finale, Nancy burns her house down to destroy incriminating evidence while the rest of Majestic faces wildfire. Removing the primary setting and starting anew elsewhere was certainly a bold creative decision, but it was a huge swing and a miss. Few liked the new setting and the removal of the unique concept of a drug-dealing soccer mom, so the show's reputation went up in smoke. Number 28, the musical episode, Grey's Anatomy. We don't know why TV shows keep going to the musical episode well. They almost never work. They're often an odd standout at best and a show-ruining debacle at worst. Unfortunately, Grey's Anatomy belongs in the latter category.
Life's like an hourglass glued to the table. No one can find the rewind button now.
The medical drama was going quite swimmingly until season 7, when Shonda Rhimes penned the wildly divisive Song Beneath the Song. The show's first musical episode, yes, first, it received some harsh reactions from both longtime fans and critics.
You got me running on sunshine. Ain't no clouds getting in my way.
Oh my god, this is horrible.
I must be running on sunshine.
Many things, from the choice of songs to the subpar singing and bizarre tone, were criticized. For many, including lead actor Patrick Dempsey, the idea of doing a musical was, quote, a big mistake. Number 27, Elsa, Once Upon a Time. A sarcastic, "Oh look, it's Elsa, what a surprise," appeared to be the main audience reaction of the Frozen star appearing in ABC's Once Upon a Time, because it was a twist that pretty much everyone saw coming from a mile away.
Yep. I remember I was forced to watch it with the girlfriend.
Considering the wild, pop culture shattering success of Frozen, it was only a matter of time before Elsa intruded upon the world of Once Upon a Time. But her inclusion didn't feel warranted, as a Disney princess from 2013 did not really fit with the show's fairy tale Once Upon a Time theme. Some saw introducing the most popular character in entertainment for the sake of hype and ratings as a desperate attempt at relevancy.
I have a surprise for you.
Really? Because surprises tend to be hit or miss in this family.
This one you'll like, I promise.
And finally, fans were split on the resulting Frozen arc, with many voicing their displeasure at its various plot elements. Number 26, the disaster episodes, Desperate Housewives. A fun satire on suburbia, Desperate Housewives was an enormous success, winning many accolades and becoming a ratings juggernaut for ABC.
Carolyn Bigsby had planned on it being an ordinary day.
You come out of there, damn it!
But as every housewife knows,
Damn, nobody goes anywhere.
plans change.
The show always towed a tricky tonal line, often veering between tantalizing mystery, absorbing drama, and scathing satire. So few knew what to do with the show's famous disaster episodes. An annual tradition between the 3rd and 7th seasons, these episodes saw the characters of Wisteria Lane living through some type of dramatic occurrence that would inevitably kill off an antagonist. For many, these episodes were just too campy and only served to lazily eliminate a problem. Number 25, Jack's Family, 24. For 5 seasons, one could make the argument that 24 was the best show on TV. It was probably the most exciting, with thrilling storylines, a unique time-based concept, and some brutally gritty drama.
I can't even begin to imagine what you went through over there, Jack. But there's a reason you're here now.
And then season 6 happened. The main problem with this batch of episodes is the inclusion of Jack's father and brother, who are revealed to be terrorists working with Charles Logan. By making the antagonistic threats a part of Jack's family, the show veered way too far into soap opera territory, and many complained that the storyline was ridiculously contrived.
There are 4 more bombs out there. This isn't a joke, Gray. Tell me now, how do I find McCarthy?
The nuclear bomb and its mind-boggling lack of repercussions certainly didn't help. Number 24, William's Parentage, The X-Files. Had this classic paranormal thriller already jumped the shark before its divisive revival? Maybe. The conspiracy storyline was a hot mess that didn't go anywhere, and Mulder's absence in the 8th and 9th seasons was painfully felt. But the shark was officially jumped with My Struggle 3, which opened the 11th and final season.
Dana and I have a history, a very important history. That goes back 17 years.
Here, it's revealed that William is not actually the child of Mulder and Scully. The cigarette-smoking man admits that he secretly impregnated Scully with alien DNA, making Will some kind of hybrid with superpowers.
Mulder's not the father. I'm asking, who's the father? I am. William is my son.
Even by X-Files standards, this is silly, not to mention a complete slap in the face for the Mulder-Scully shippers. Number 23, House and Cuddy Kiss. House. It's pretty much a rule that the longer a show goes on, the more likely it is that the main characters will hook up. Yes, even if they had seemingly few serious romantic feelings towards each other. Case in point, House and Cuddy. The 2 first lock lips in the 5th season episode Joy, as House tenderly consoles Cuddy after her adoption falls through. Thus began a wildly unnecessary romance that filled the otherwise cold and gritty drama with a derivative will-they-won't-they subplot. It also ruined the character of Dr. House. Suddenly he was Mr. Romantic, caring less about his patient's health and giving cheesy speeches about love.
Words don't matter, actions matter.
You're really gonna take a stand here? You can't say it.
Kofi Streambot said visit
Why?
Because I forgot to grab V.
With that kiss, House lost its identity and became just another ho-hum medical drama. Number 22, Not Vaughn, Alias. Created by the legendary J.J. Abrams, Alias is a classic piece of sci-fi television. But it hit a major speed bump with the horribly planned twist of not Michael Vaughn. Sydney's handler and eventual lover, Vaughn revealed in the 4th season finale that he was not actually Michael Vaughn, and that he was not allied with the CIA.
I don't understand, Vaughn. What are you telling me?
Well, for starters, my name isn't Michael Vaughn.
Unfortunately, an ill-timed and painfully contrived car crash keeps him from revealing more. What follows is a total mess of a subplot that includes a kidnapping and a fake-out death. It's like Abrams and his team wrote a twist for the sake of having a twist, not actually having any idea of where it was going or how to resolve it. Number 21, Buffy is Resurrected, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. We're just gonna say it. Fake-out deaths are the worst, especially when they involve the main character. They're often an uninspired way to generate drama, and the "oh wow, they're actually alive" reveals are not usually shocking, as we never buy their deaths in the first place. One of the worst offenders is Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which ends its 5th season in startlingly dramatic fashion with the death of its titular character.
Don, listen to me. Listen. I love you.
Her sacrifice is both emotional and meaningful, and it concludes the overarching story in a satisfying manner. Enter season 6, and no way she gets resurrected. It's unoriginal, it's boring, and it ushers in a darker era of the show that many fans believe is both unnecessary and inferior. Number 20, Season 9, Scrubs. The final season of Scrubs felt entirely unnecessary. By the time the show's 8th season wrapped up, it felt like everything had come to a close.
8 years of great memories. This place will live forever.
But then Season 9 came along with a mostly new cast of characters in a new location. Only a few fan favorites were delegated to supporting or cameo roles. Although it was supposed to feel like a continuation, it essentially felt like a different show.
Part of me hates how familiar this seems. I hope I can find a way to make this all feel new.
Oh my god, the first day of med school. Everything is so new.
And to be fair, that is what show creator Bill Lawrence intended it as. But network executives meddled to keep the show under the same name.
Oh, good God.
While it might have found more success as a spin-off, it definitely didn't succeed as the technically final season of Scrubs. Number 19, Dan is Gossip Girl. Gossip Girl. Throughout this drama series, the titular mysterious character of Gossip Girl narrates the show while revealing embarrassing and juicy details about people.
Hey, Upper East Siders. Gossip Girl here. And I have the biggest news ever.
In the final episode, it's revealed that Dan Humphrey, aspiring writer and love interest of Serena, was the mystery person. But this wasn't exactly a clever reveal.
This is a hell of a thing you pulled off, kid. I'm in awe.
Dan being Gossip Girl creates a whole host of plot holes within the show. These include occasions where Dan couldn't have posted as Gossip Girl, when he leaked compromising info about himself, or went after those close to him.
You told the whole world about her losing her virginity. No, she sent that tip in herself.
Most bafflingly, there were times when he reacted to posts he allegedly made with shock when he was alone. This one reveal made the show make less sense and left it worse off than before. Number 18, sharing Timmy's godparents, the Fairly Odd Parents. In any long-running animated show, it can be hard to keep things fresh.
Yeah, this was,
Fans note.
Yep. The day this show died was the day when he had to share his godparents with another child. That made no
Boris
sense whatsoever.
said don't know what I'm watching, but I laugh anywho.
That's just crazy.
Noted that the Fairly Odd Parents tried to change up its formula with major missteps. The introduction of side characters like Cosmo and Wanda's child Poof was the first bad sign.
Mike has said hi, Virus.
Later on, they had to welcome Timmy's fairy dog. By the time the Odd Parents got a second godchild named Chloe, it was clear the show had lost its magical touch. No matter what character you think is the worst, most fans can agree that disrupting the show's central dynamic was an awful idea.
Without further ado, I give you the perfect human, Chloe Carmichael!
By desperately adding extraneous characters, the Fairly Odd Parents had fans
This was a slap in the face against old boys because they made the literal
Boris
essential
said sub-mic.
character
Boris
who was
said
a
how
second godchild as a Mary Sue. She was a girl boss in a show that doesn't need girl bossing. She was literally a girl boss, Mary Sue. It literally showed for it. It was horrible.
wishing for the good old days. Number 17, All a Dream, Dallas. The season 8 finale of Dallas saw the death of Bobby Ewing. Throughout season 9, his loved ones and viewers mourned his passing.
Thank you for coming, Harlan.
Oh, I'm so sorry, honey.
But everyone was more shocked when they got a shocking finale cliffhanger where Bobby's ex-wife Pam discovers him in the shower. The season 10 premiere wildly reveals that the entirety of season 9 was all just a dream Pam had. While Dallas continued afterwards, audience trust was understandably shaken when they learned an entire season of the show they were devoted to week after week didn't really happen.
It's over. None of that happened.
Number 16, Winning the Lottery, Roseanne. Roseanne was once the number one
and those guys who still watch the show.
Right? Crazy.
Show on television. However, during its final season, well, the first final season, the show took a drastic turn. The average Connor family won the lottery.
We won the lottery!
Instead of being a down-to-earth family in relatable situations, the characters were suddenly thrust into many outlandish plot lines due to their fortune. There were dream sequences galore, celebrity guest stars, and lots of nonsense that took the show further away from its roots. Even before the finale's last-second rug pull, fans agreed that Roseanne had lost its spark.
I began writing about having all the money in the world, and I imagined myself going to spas and swanky New York parties, just like the people on TV, where nobody has any real problems and everything's solved within 30 minutes.
The only solace was that the poorly received season officially became non-canon after the show's revival. Number 15, The Carver Reveal, Nip Tuck. Nip Tuck is a great guilty pleasure show because it's not afraid to dive into absolutely ridiculous territory. Throughout some of the show's early seasons, an ongoing storyline involved the Carver. This masked criminal's assaults left his victims disfigured and often in the care of the plastic surgeons the show focused on. Although the Carver's identity was much speculated about, it ultimately was a rival plastic surgeon to protagonists Christian and Sean named Quentin Costa. It was an incredibly obvious and groan-worthy turn. And after this storyline, the show only delved...
It's not even an insane choice, it's just evil.
Boris said, what were they cooking in that Ivan?
It was just evil. That just shows how much they either ran out of ideas or they couldn't commit to a decision, whether it was good or bad. That's how horrible that is. That's how horrible that is.
Into increasingly absurd storylines to one-up it. Number 14, Cousin Oliver, The Brady Bunch. Everybody knows the cast of The Brady Bunch.
Must somehow form a family. That's the way we all became the Brady Bunch.
It's two parents who have 3 children each, their housekeeper and a random cousin. Well, it can be easy to forget that another cast member was added in the show's last season. The young Cousin Oliver was likely added to try to hook younger audiences into caring about the series.
Oliver! Hey, Oliver!
While the show was already on the decline in ratings, many point to Oliver's awkward insertion as the final nail in the coffin for the Brady Bunch.
Wish you could have stayed with some other relatives.
Yeah, but I guess there's nothing we can do about it. We're stuck with them.
In fact, the character was so infamous that the addition of a kid character to a show struggling with ratings is sometimes called Cousin Oliver syndrome. Number 13, Charlie's death, 2.5 Men. Charlie Sheen's exit from 2.5 Men is the stuff of TV infamy. Following a very public rant in which he disparaged the show's creators, the actor was fired. Within the show, Sheen's character, Charlie Harper, was abruptly killed off-screen.
I want to thank you all for coming. I know this is a very sad day for all of us.
Speak for yourself.
Ashton Kutcher was swiftly brought in to replace him. Even those who weren't Sheen's biggest fans had a hard time getting on board with the change. Kutcher's character completely changed the dynamic of a show that had already strayed far from its titular premise.
This is Walden. He's gonna buy the house.
Welcome to my humble abode.
Whether you thought Sheen was winning or not, most felt that 2.5 Men definitely lost out. Number 12, Marissa Shoots Trey, The OC. Imogen Heap's classic what you say refrain became the stuff of parody because of this moment. After finding out that his older brother Trey assaulted Marissa, Ryan gets into a fight with him. To protect Ryan, Marissa shoots Trey, leading to a dramatic cliffhanger. This twist was accompanied by an infamous musical cue.
What you say? Oh, that you only been with.
What? 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 So wait, let me get this straight. The bros are fighting. One's about the bachelor, one's brains
Mike
in.
has said
She
so
shoots
this
him.
Watch Mojo is listing a lot of Potchy the Rockin' Dog from The Simpsons.
Yeah. Actually, most of these shows are from the early 2000s, mid-2000s, and 2010s.
Well, 'cause you did what you say.
Although this moment spawned many memes, it didn't do much to keep the show fresh or deliver a boost in ratings. Many point to this scene as the moment the OC jumped the shark. What'd you say? Number 11, Michael Leaves, The Office. The Office is one of the most influential and funniest sitcoms of the 21st century so far. A big part of its success is owed to its leading man, Steve Carell.
Today, I got up, I stepped onto the grill, and I clamped down on my foot. That's it. I don't see what's so hard to believe about that.
As Michael Scott, Carell delivered not only peak cringe humor, but also real heart and pathos to the goofy boss. But he departed the show in season 7. While Michael's emotional goodbye was touching, the show struggled with its direction going forward. Several characters were added or promoted to try and balance things out. But without Michael leading the show, The Office just didn't leave us satisfied and smiling.
That's what she said?
Number 10, Deb Catches Dexter. Dexter. There have been plenty of points where this show about a serial killer has been said to have gone off the rails. While its infamous finale was criticized, the proverbial nail in Dexter's coffin came earlier. The season 6 finale sees Dexter's adopted sister Deborah catch him in the act of slaying the season's villain in a church.
Maybe everything is exactly as it should be.
While on her way there to confess her very non-sisterly feelings for him.
You told me you accepted me being a killer. I feel like if you love me, you'll accept this.
If I love you, I went to the church that night that you killed Travis Marshall to tell you that I'm in love with you.
Deb learning the truth was a plot point that could have had a lot of potential. However, it just put a character who'd already gone through the ringer in earlier seasons through even more trauma. This turn also damaged the one consistent relationship Dexter still had left on the show.
Do what you gotta do.
Hello.
Number 9. Lois and Clark's First Wedding. Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman.
Well, we're getting married in 4 days, and I've never been happier in my life. And every time that things are going great between us, something happens. And I just know that something bad is going to happen to mess up our wedding. I just know it.
Will they, won't they romances are tough to pull off on their own.
I'm learning.
But mixing them?
I forgot how Mexican that Superman looked in this version of him. Which I think the dude who played the guy who was Hispanic.
Superheroes is doubly difficult. Lois and Clark managed to pull this dynamic off, at least for its first few seasons. The show found increasingly ridiculous ways to stop their two leads from getting together at last, but nothing beats their first attempt at getting married. During this plot point, Lois is replaced by a frog-eating clone before we get into a further story arc that involves amnesia.
How are you feeling?
Fine, I guess. I'm sorry, do I know you?
Even the campiest Silver Age comics had less silly plot threads than this.
Don't be ridiculous. If I give you the gun, I can't shoot Lois. Duh.
You're not going to shoot Lois. You're not going to shoot me. You're going to give me the gun.
Number 8. Connor and Cordy. Angel. While Angel's son Connor remains a polarizing figure among fans of the show, it isn't until season 4 that he actually helps ruin it.
Let's give Cordy a little space. It's not like the world's gonna end right this second.
One episode sees Connor and Cordelia, his father's on-off love interest, have sex. This starts a literal apocalyptic event. Not only does the event herald doomsday within the show, it also marks the downturn in quality from then on. And the whole thing is just really off-putting. Their weird relationship and the fallout from their affair deserved harsh judgment. While the next season does shake things up, the shine was off the apple by then. Number 7. Season 2 and Beyond. Heroes.
Oh my god,
this
yes.
Superpowered drama
Thank God
had one of the most
they brought this up. Yeah. Heroes was horrible. I remember I watched it with my dad when it first came around. And it was interesting because it had a premise of like this X-Men thing going on where it was trying to make sense of why people was getting superpowers in a very DNA type way and stuff like that. And they just went off the rails with time travel. I don't know what it was. The focus was on Peter, who was supposed to be this Jesus-like individual who had the power to absorb other people's powers. I think by being in their vicinity, I think that's how it works. But like the way they try to treat powers is like they won't say the word superpower, they won't say a power, they call it abilities. Whatever that's supposed to mean. Like just say powers, damn. But like okay, but the problem with the show is like it was trying to treat itself like it was the next coming of Jesus Christ. Like for some odd reason, like they'll try and make it more symbolic than it should have been. You know, like how we treat Superman as like a Jesus like Christian like figure, and we won't outright say it, but it's kind of like there. But like this was that show, but times 10, well, time 100 actually, because the problem with the show is it tries to treat itself as smarter than it already is, but really it's not that
Mike
smart
has
to watch.
Said, ha ha ha! I love that.
It's insane, and it's like. It's like when you watch The Walking Dead, they can't say zombie because of copyright reasons. But then again, with this show, I don't think there was no like legal reason why they can't say superpowers or powers. They just call it abilities or something, or like they danced around the concept for some odd reason, and I don't understand that. And then whenever someone did something with their abilities, it will be like a one-off thing. So if you saw someone use their powers, it was like one or twice in the whole show. It's not being used like that. Like, it was horrendous. And then what killed the show even more, that they brought time travel in. Oh my god. They did this thing where if someone did one thing, another thing will happen, and there will just be a constant, it will go Kingdom Hearts on itself. But the difference with Kingdom Hearts in this show, Kingdom Hearts actually tied up its loose ends. It just kept unraveling more loose ends and questions that didn't make any sense, or they didn't bother to answer. So it was crushed by the weight of its own genius, and that's where it was. It was arrogance at its highest. His hubris was at its highest.
Announced sophomore slumps in all of TV. Initially, it told a mostly self-contained story of ordinary people with superpowers coming together to save the world in Season 1. But Season 2 meandered through several new and often unresolved plot points before ending abruptly due to the writer's strike.
Correct.
The show never really recovered from the blunders made during Season 2, and seemed to flounder for a direction. As much as we loved villains like Sylar, characters definitely overstayed their welcomes past Season 1.
I almost forgot how good this feels.
When combined with elements like time travel and uneven CG, it became clear that Heroes really lost its way. Number 6, Eric leaving. That 70s show.
What I said.
While this 70s-themed sitcom may have been about hanging out with a group of quirky teens and their parents, Eric Foreman was seen as the main protagonist. So when actor Topher Grace departed the show at the end of Season 7, that 70s show was left without its central character.
This is weird. I mean, me leaving. It's like it's real.
The rest of the cast did try to forge on without him. However, the subsequent Season 8 was just a mess. A ton of plot lines like Hyde's wife with an adult profession or Jackie and Fez getting together just didn't work.
Stop it!
You smelled first!
Well, I was thinking about Tootsie Rolls.
Fez, we're forcing this.
By the time Eric returned for the finale, the 70s were over.
I think it's time we honor all the brain cells that survived the 70s. Despite our best efforts, some of those bastards pulled through.
Number 5. Sherlock's over and under-explained return. Sherlock.
It really bothers you? What? What people say? Yes. About me? I don't understand. Why would it upset you?
This modern update of Sherlock Holmes started strong with engaging spins on old mysteries and great chemistry between its two leads.
You'll be deciding. Deciding? Whether to come back with a warrant and arrest me. You think? Standard procedure. Should have gone with him.
The series stalled for the first time due to the Season 2 finale. In that episode, Sherlock somehow faked his death after jumping off a building. After years of fans obsessing over how he did it, the show returned with half a dozen possible versions of how it happened.
What? Are you out of your mind?
I don't see why not. It's just as plausible as some of your theories.
Look, if you're not going to take it seriously, Laura, you can...
I do take it seriously.
But none of them were definitive. Many viewers saw this as the creators thumbing their noses at the fanbase. Unfortunately, this kicked off a trend of increasingly incredulous twists that had fans longing for the early days of the show.
But he's dead. I mean, you told me he was dead, Moriarty.
Absolutely.
Number 4, cliffhanger bait. The Walking Dead. Depending on who you ask, there were a few points where you could say The Walking Dead started shambling downhill. But most will agree that the finale of Season 6 was a big mistake.
He broke the rules, so folks had to die. The one who fired the first shot, we strung him up to make an example of him. Could have stopped there.
The finale builds towards the confrontation with the vicious Negan. After he makes a show of randomly choosing who he'll take out, he slays one of the group before it cuts to black.
Oh,